anywhere in the state would indicate Clear Creek County, and they would be attributed to our numbers. The reason our number is so low, in complete honesty, when we had clinics, people would forward the scheduling email out to all of their friends and neighbors who don't live in Clear Creek County, and suddenly our clinics would be full. We were instructed, and I received a letter directly from the governor's office stating we could not discriminate based on where people live, et cetera, et cetera. As we now know, many counties have systematically discriminated from day one. In 90 to 95% of their vaccines went to their county specifically, and to the folks who live in their county. We have now adopted that practice and are continuing forward with that. We have also fixed the system where individuals can no longer forward the scheduling email that is sent to individuals, so they can no longer send it to their friends and family who no longer live in the county. So we've attempted to fix a number of the issues that resulted in far too many folks outside of our county getting vaccinated and far too few in the county getting vaccinated, and are hoping to move forward with that. As far as the data is concerned, I've had extensive conversations with Summit County, who, as was pointed out by one of you, they have lots of data. They had to fight tooth and nail to get the data, and even then they're not getting the data specifically for Summit County. They're having to very time-consumingly go through the entire state's data and pluck out the relevant data to Summit County. It is neither efficient nor effective way to do it, and CDPHE, the state, et cetera, is not entertaining in any way, shape, or form county-specific requests for reporting in the data in which they claim to use to discern the allocation of different allotments of vaccine. So we are reaching out, obviously, to CDPHE to gain similar access that Summit County has to the raw data, and then we will have to use the resources regionally to help us discern looking through that data, because we have neither the staff nor the resources to look through in a similar fashion all of the state's data just to pull out Clear Creek's data. I spoke directly with the director in Summit County. She said it's one person's full-time job to do this sort of thing. I don't have a full-time job open for that individual to do that sort of thing. So we're going to try to work with the regional epidemiologist and see if we can't get that figured out to get a little more granular data on our county.
Yeah, I took a look at what Summit County offers, and they offer a lot of breakdowns that are interesting. And, you know, for me, the top line number is really important. Being able to see that we're able to tell that the way we've been doing it so far is not resulting in enough vaccines getting into the arms of our residents. And so I don't know that I want to ask that we take the resources to dig in to build the kind of analysis that Summit has. I don't see it as informing the kinds of decisions we have in front of us.
I feel like our decisions that we make can be more simple and based on the more simple observation. And I think if it tells us that we need to improve the level at which, not at which we're administering vaccines when we have them to administer and people show up, I don't think anybody can do it any better than Clear Creek County's done, for example, administering the actual execution of a clinic or in understanding the disease and the priorities. But I think the methods through which we are reaching our population and through which they are receiving the information must be able to be improved in order to get people here. I don't think 75% of the people in Clear Creek County are unwilling to get a vaccine. I think part of it has to do with the public nature. This is my anecdotal observation. Part of it has to do with the public nature of the way we disseminate the information through these public channels, whether they are newspaper, website, Facebook, a number of different methods like that. Because when you look at it from a marketing standpoint and recognize that a lot of the bubbles of targets that fall within each one of those methods, those bubbles overlap. I think all of them combined in a little county like this, where it's, for example, our public communication tools are limited, how many people actually ever go to the website. And if they do get that far into it to find that piece, same with Facebook, same with the newspaper, same with the radio. They're small enough cross sections of our population and they overlap so much each cross section that all of those together might not equal more than 25% of our population. Now, I don't know the answer for sure, but we've done some guesses it's pretty good guesswork in the past based on other purposes. And I think it may come down to a direct outreach. And we do have the data to be able to make direct outreach in the form of mailings. And I know we've done some of that, but I think maybe doubling down on those efforts or some other method could be helpful. I would point out that as we look at this, the data, if we look at the data that compares Clear Creek to the other counties, it's pretty easy to look at the top and the bottom of the list and see that really stark difference. I did see last night that the percentage of the state that's fully vaccinated is at about 22%. And I heard Tim just say, and I talked to him on the phone the other day, that we're at 19%. So the difference between 19 and 22 is not so stark that we need to be terrified, but we certainly, but the other part of it is if our goal is 70 to 80% before we start to reach a true herd immunity and our contribution to the overall larger herd immunity of the state, then we've got a long ways to go. And it's been quite a while we've been at it. And so I think it's worth revisiting the methods through which we make our outreach to the people we're trying to reach.
Randy, I completely concur with that per our conversation. And we are, for instance, going through churches and means like that, trying to find alternative ways to get out to people. As you stated, we have sent out flyers on Facebook, on our webpage, endless radio interviews, on and on and on and on. And we still have 75% of our population. So I think a change that we've implemented so far in terms of focusing primarily on our own county residents, I think will bump us up significantly here in the next month. But it's really going to be that sort of last 20, 30% that we're going to have to be a little creative in how we get to those folks and make sure that they're getting the information and getting the opportunity to get vaccinated.
I think that's a great, I would suggest that, we talked before about using databases like everything from property ownership to voter files and stuff like that, where we have actual addresses, physical and mailing addresses to be able to send communication to people. And certainly that job can be made easier if you can, if out of those databases, the people that have been vaccinated can be removed if we have records of that. However, I realize that there are implications that people can take that information and deduce from it who has been vaccinated, and you get into HIPAA concerns. So even if it means doing a scatter shot, sort of like box holder and rural route mailings or whatever it takes to get to people, kind of like Sean was talking about with the short-term rental thing a little while ago. He was surprised that most of the people he's talked to that he knows that, do small scale short-term rentals didn't even know after all of these meetings and all of this stuff that we have a short-term rental program that you're required to get licensed to do that. And I think we may be shocked to find out how many people, and I think you even said that to me, Tim, right now, when you start just doing random sampling, how many people don't even realize that the county has vaccines to give out locally. And I'm shocked to hear that after all of this, but maybe we're not as popular as we think we are. Maybe not everyone's watching us.
Definitely not.
What idea? I mean, when we used to do fundraisers for Evergreen Fire, we would do really simple, inexpensive postcards that you could read both sides on your walk back from the mailbox and send them by route. So essentially every single person in Evergreen Fire Protection District would get one, and it wasn't horribly expensive. I think it might be worth looking into just to send one to every single address in the county and just indicating, educating people in terms of when we're going to do clinics in the future. And I kind of like the idea if it's logistically possible to just pick a day or two a week and do. And I like the fact that we were planning on doing a walk-in clinic where there was no registration, just show up and get your shot. So I think that might be another way to reach an audience that we're not currently reaching.
Yeah, no, I agree, Sean, completely. The challenge with putting out too much information on it that is forward thinking is that we don't know week to week what we're getting. We've had our Wednesday clinic for the last several months, are going to continue to do that as sort of a staple. And we can obviously advertise that, but these walk-in clinics, they're sort of last minute because we don't know we're going to have vaccines to be able to do that until days before. So that makes it a little more difficult. But we can advertise our call line, for instance, that Jennifer answers on a daily basis during normal business hours, and get people scheduled, and our website where they can find the most up-to-date information. In addition to that, as I stated, are now focused on just our county residents. I think will also go a really long way. That, now 90% of our vaccines that are going to go out are going to go to Clear Creek County residents, not everyone else. I think that will get our numbers up quite quickly once we have the vaccines to do that.
One last question, one last thing I want to just bring up quickly. I've been seeing a lot of opinion out there that the UK maybe was smarter than everyone else in terms of focusing on getting the first shot out to as many people as possible. And if we're running into inadequate demand now, then I think that's kind of a relevant thing to bring up. But if we feel like we're going to be in this situation in the future where we have more people wanting to get shots than we have vaccine, have you thought about looking at what the UK did just in terms of trying to get more people their first shot and getting them to the 80% protection level within 2 weeks?
Right.
And delaying the second shots?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Right now, our demand isn't really outstripping our supply on a weekly basis. So that, initially that made sense. And even the CDC, Dr. Fauci agreed with that, but wasn't recommending it for the United States, primarily because the sheer volume. The United States is leading the world in vaccination efforts in terms of number of folks who are getting vaccinated on a weekly basis. So I think if the situation were reversed, that might make sense. But at this point, when supply and demand are sort of parallel, if you will, or neck and neck, I don't think that approach makes sense. If things fundamentally change, and you never know, things changed this morning rapidly. And here we are trying to adjust and make do with what we have. So you never know.
Okay, thanks. That makes sense.
I want to comment on vaccine processes as well. A lot of what was said here, I agree with. I think that, we should acknowledge we have a very big digital divide. So I took a look at the Google form. One of the things I think we could do, the interest form, and I appreciate moving back to that process. I think if there was an option for people to say that they prefer to schedule over the phone, knowing that we also now have a full-time scheduler on staff, so that somebody only has to get online once to fill out a form, that would enable somebody like me who, is used to contacting people off the voter file to call and say, hey, would you like to get a vaccine? Are you having trouble? I can fill out this form for you. I'll put your phone number in. And then when the county is ready to schedule you, they'll call you. So those are the kinds of systems improvements that I think can empower neighbors to help neighbors, right? We know each other. We're a small, tight-knit community. Let's empower neighbors to help neighbors in this. And, I want you to know you've got my support. I don't mean to beat up staff. What I know about our staff is you're dedicated, you're working really hard.
Right.
You've been down there weekends and mornings in the wind and in the cold. And I am incredibly grateful for those efforts on behalf of everybody. So this isn't, what did we do wrong? This is, let's take a step back. Let's look at how we can learn from the lessons we've had and move forward. And it doesn't have to be framed as an emergency, right? Like this isn't run around with your tail on fire right now to fix everything. It's let's, and I'm not suggesting I think you would do that. I just want everybody on the staff to know that this isn't the commissioner saying that once again, we have to be in even more of an emergency mode and work even harder. Working harder isn't a solution to this when you've been going 120% for 12 months.
Yeah, no, George, I completely agree. this is why we have our number, the phone number posted on our website to call and get a hold of Jennifer directly. Yesterday, we called in excess of 100 individuals directly to try to schedule them for one of 2 clinics that we had to now cancel. And so we are doing that. And that, to Sean's point about the postcard, that number would be front and center for folks on something like that, to say, if you are having trouble, you don't have internet, we understand, call and you'll talk to an actual human being, and we will get you scheduled as we have doses and clinics available. So yeah, we are implementing that. And I would push back a little on the 110%. I would say it's really in the neighborhood of 140, 150 on a weekly basis, but I'll let that one go.
I think I'd like to throw something out that George alluded to, and we brought it up previously as well. You know, I do agree that when I hear you say, for example, that yesterday we called 100 people directly, sometimes we have to contact, or we decide we think we have to contact, you know, hundreds or thousands of people, even in this county, during stuff like political campaigns, and make the phone call to get to them and talk to them. And that's not a realistic expectation for our staff to do while they're managing the, you know, the physical nature of this and logistical nature of this epidemic and all of these vaccines. And so I think it's a place where the community has to, you know, we are a community that has been, you know, because small communities tend to be steeped in a culture of volunteerism and on behalf of the community itself, rather than just special interest groups and stuff. And it wouldn't be difficult to muster a phone bank, for example, to simply call people. And I recognize that if you have a master calling list that is derived from either a synthesis of property information, property ownership information, and voter files, you could start to get a pretty thorough approach. If you were to distill that list and send it out to a few people to help manage, and you called from it those who had already been vaccinated, then by doing so, you would accidentally tell people, if they look at a list and say, these are people that have not been vaccinated, then if my friend's not on this list, I know they've been vaccinated. So there could be some HIPAA issues there. But if you disseminate that list in a smaller fragmented version, just to individuals making calls, no one has the information to be able to deduce any of that. And the other part is just to go out to scattershot box holder stuff, where you just contact everybody, whether they've been randomly off of a larger voter list. And it's pretty easy. I know I've done it before. I think George has done it before. I know numerous people have done it before, to put together large calling campaigns and just called virtually everyone that's out there available in a fairly short period of time. I mean, making 100 calls a night for a person is a doable thing, and leaving a message if you don't get them. And it's not fun work, but certainly we have volunteer teams that have done that stuff before, and we can do it again. And as a volunteer group, we could augment, and rather than burden you with that, because I do think in your day job right now, which is 140% of your working hours, I don't think we should be saddling you with that. I think we need to supplement it with help that we can do. And I personally will be willing to make phone calls in order to make sure that's happened, to reach people that we either suspect have not been vaccinated, or the public at large, either way.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And we actually witnessed that firsthand on Saturday. We had an additional 20 individuals show up at the Georgetown clinic just by word of mouth. As people came to get vaccinated, we said, hey, can you call any friends, neighbors, relatives who are in the county and get them in here in the next couple hours, resulting in an additional 20 people. My only concern with that is with the abundance of misinformation that's out there around vaccines, there are as many individuals calling randomly people, scheduling them for vaccine clinics that don't actually exist in the not in our community, but in generally across the country. Lots of scams going on, utilizing the same sort of paradigm of, we're just calling to get you scheduled for a clinic. I would rather have them call in to us. That way they know this is the number, it's Department of Health. I'm getting a hold of Jennifer specifically. She's the one that's going to help me, and or Jennifer, if we can get another 1 or 2 individuals to help her. People seem to be a lot more comfortable with that paradigm than us calling them randomly saying, hey, this is, Joe Smith, we'd like to schedule you for a vaccine. Just a little bit of hesitation around that.
Well, I'm not suggesting that we schedule everyone for a vaccine when we don't have the vaccines yet. I'm suggesting that we get a hold of people to make sure they know they can call that number to get a vaccine.
Gotcha.
In a way that reaches them and hits them right in the forehead so that they're aware it's out there, because it's clear that a large segment of our population has not been reached through the social communication means that are available to us. And that's all I'm saying. I agree with you. I really see that problem, and I'm not sure how we go at it. The postcard's a great idea, although they have limited effect. I thought about a letter. We've hand addressed the return address on envelopes before so people will open it and see what's on the inside. The problem with anything that comes from that looks like just a notification from the county or something like that, probably 75% of those hit the trash can at the post office. So that's why, at least if they see a postcard, the message is on the outside of the postcard and have a chance to see it before it hits the trash can, at least, and know that there's vaccine available to you. Whatever it is, none of them are going to be perfect. I think we're just throwing out ideas to help up the ante and
I
get
appreciate
further
that.
down the road. No criticism of you guys at all implied here. You've done a tremendous job, and I think all we hear from the community, I don't know, I can't remember hearing anything from our community back to me personally that is negative about anything you or the public health staff has done to help solve this problem. I think it's a matter of the difficulty of communication and getting to everybody out there.
So I want to move us on. It's 11:38.
I have one super quick thing. I see Sheriff is on here. Taking Randy's idea one step further, I would entertain the idea of using Code Red or using Reverse 911 if it's legal and appropriate, just to basically make sure we hit everybody very quickly. And it is a public health concern. So I just wanted to throw that out there too.
We do have a hyper reach now, which is the opposite of Code Red, which I don't want to use Code Red, but we got Amy's in on it, Keith's in on it. And if that's something that we just deem that we want to do, we can do that now. That's what we got it for.
I think this is a public health emergency, and it's justified to use whatever means are out there. And I completely agreed with you in the past on the Code Red thing. If I would even suggest that if Code Red was more effective than that, that somewhere there might be a place you could make an exception so that people are able to find out, because this is a critically important thing for the health of the community. I redid the math. I screwed it up a little bit ago on the J&J blood clot risk. If it's 1 in 7 million versus 107 per 100,000 in Colorado, that means you're 7,500 times, 7,490 times more likely to die of COVID if you're not vaccinated as you are to die of a blood clot, if that was even the cause of the blood clot from a J&J vaccine. So 7,500 I'll take those odds any day.
Okay, so we've got kind of a meaty conversation in front of us here. Sheriff, go ahead.
No, if you write up the thing and Keith and I approve it, we'll send it out through HyperReach. That's how
I'll talk to you later, Sheriff.
I think it would be really good. We've talked about innovating in our processes, and it'd be good to settle on a plan and do so in a way that is methodical and well thought out, and know that we're doing what we want to do before we do things like put them on postcards and call out on Code Red or HyperReach. So I just want to encourage everybody to be kind of measured in these innovations.
Did anyone suggest differently?
I thought it was necessary to say that. Yeah. So I also want to emphasize that I want to reiterate that I think if there was an option in the interest form for people to indicate that they would like to schedule an appointment over the phone and put their phone number in so that our full-time person can call them when they're ready to schedule, I think that would be a great process improvement. And I want to reemphasize that.
Duly noted.
Thank you. So moving on, we are still talking about COVID. We are talking about now, I'm just getting to the top of the agenda so I can read it as it says on the agenda. Um, So we are considering approval of Board of Health Resolution number 21-01. This is amending the standing public health order requiring face coverings in public where social distancing cannot be maintained and facilitating contact tracing. I note that there is also language in here about where Clear Creek County will be on the dial. Peter, maybe you can run us through this resolution.
Sure, absolutely. And just for clarification purposes, the Board of County Commissioners, as far as I understand it, is now acting as the Board of Health.
Thank you.
So it's leaving its regular session to start an open session with, as the Board of Health on this matter. And then as far as this resolution goes and the order that's attached, Dr. Ryan and I had spoken at length yesterday about this. The order is very, very similar to prior orders that we've had that addressed both social distancing, mask wearing, CDPHE orders, things of that nature. As we know that there's been a tremendous amount of flurry, actually, of executive orders and updates, amended orders to the public health order. And those are reflected in the resolution that you have before you. Dr. Ryan had been working with other health departments in composing a template of sorts that would be similar to that many of the neighboring counties in this region could use. In reality, the template that they prepared is actually a little less stringent than our own regulations. And so it almost, were I to speculate, they clearly, when we created our original order, must have worked with a template that was either created by these counties, either that or the counties borrowed heavily from what we have, but they're very, very similar. I added additional language just to make it clear that we are in level blue and that certain things such as operating businesses will still comply with the level blue requirements, even if CDPHE technically just makes those guidance as opposed to requirements. As I think the board is aware, the dial, in my understanding, is technically going away as a mandatory matter tomorrow. Dr. Ryan may be able to clarify that. As I said, the dates change frequently. Something that needs to be taken into account is the fact is, and Dr. Ryan addressed this a little bit earlier, was the fact is we appear to be entering into a fourth wave. So even though through executive order, the governor has significantly loosened restrictions, and then the Board of Health, the Colorado Department of Health rather, did the same thing, there's always a chance they could become more restrictive again. What we'd like to do, especially in light of the tourism traffic that we get through here, our location through the I-70 corridor, is simply to keep the status quo as it is, maintain it, and we can amend this in a week, in 2 weeks, in 3 weeks, if based on the science it warrants changing. But for now, this simply preserves the status quo. It's easy for the businesses to understand. They just continue as they've been operating under level blue, and that's where we go. And then I don't know if Dr. Ryan wants to speak to this at all, but I'm open to certainly answer any specific questions that are there.
Thanks, Peter. Yeah, just a couple words. I don't know. I don't know yet. Like I said, I smashed my crystal ball. I don't know what the governor's plan is. The guidance or the requirement is set to sunset this week. I don't know whether it's tomorrow or Friday. That is forthcoming. We did, though, just as a little bit of context, I did get an urgent survey last night at 10 o'clock at night from CDPHE. Asking all of the counties what our intent is and what are we doing as a county moving forward. I suspect they asked that because the governor is now seeing the data that the rest of us are seeing, and he may or may not reverse course or take comfort in knowing that counties are forging forward with their own plans, regardless of what the state does. Minus obviously the number of counties to the east that don't have tourists on a daily basis have no cases in very small populations. So I'm not very good at reading tea leaves anymore. In addition, in concert with the other counties all around us, all the way up to Larimer County and down, their intents in our conversations are they are going to continue with their mask mandates, given the numbers that they are seeing across the state in moving forward, given the governor's many times suggesting that he's going to get rid of the mandate potentially at the beginning of May. Who knows if he's going to reverse course or not. I think it would be prudent on our part, as we did initially many months ago, to have our own self-protective measures to make sure that we are protected first and foremost at home, if you will. And then the counties around us, their verbiage is more or less identical with some variations here and there, but more or less on par.
And if I could just add one other thing, when Dr. Ryan and I spoke yesterday, he had mentioned that, in fact, there were even some counties that haven't had mask resolutions or orders in place, mostly because they were covered by the governor's orders, but many of those counties are actually considering now adopting such orders to protect us. This particular order would run through the end of May. As I indicated, it can be amended before then. Additionally, can be extended, but we thought a good 6-week breathing period as things hopefully settle out a little bit should assist and give us some guidance and allow the businesses to have an understanding of where we are.
I'm a little confused about the order because I know it sounds like the mask mandate at the state level, we expect to last at least through the end of this month, but the dial's disappearing. So I'm curious why our public health order isn't more focused on the dial than the mask order, since that's the gap that's going to appear right away. And I looked at it, and it only mentions the fact that we're in blue. It doesn't give any guidelines about how we're going to how our regulations are going to morph based on what may or may not, what may happen, whether the numbers are going to go up or down in the future. Like if we go to green or we go to yellow in the old dial, our public health order is silent.
So what we did is, if you look to section 9 or paragraph 9 of the order, we reference that all open businesses must comply with the level blue requirements and or guidance of CDPHE, specify what those are, and then link to that guidance. Businesses will find it's the same guidance, it's blue. What we have emphasized is that you're going to stick to that. Now, if for some reason we are fortunate enough to be in what we would consider a green category, even though the dial is going away, that guidance is going to remain out there through CDPHE. They're not changing it. They're not changing the guidance. What they're doing is changing it from a requirement to guidance, and then the counties can adopt it accordingly. So we've put it as blue. If it turns out our numbers are so exceptional next week that it's the recommendation of Dr. Ryan and the board agrees to allow us to move into what we would consider green guidance, because at that time it's not a formal requirement, we can amend this public health order to reflect that. But I did put the link in there because that's the latest public health order. It's the 10th amended one. It gives the best guidance. It talks specifically both how individuals must comport themselves, but additionally how businesses do. And it's broad and describes a whole host of businesses. So they'll be able to link and see if they're a food establishment, a bar, a daycare center, any number of things, and they'll have the answers right there.
So I guess the natural question that follows is, I understand that the state is lifting the mandatory nature of dial compliance. Are they also getting out of the business of dial 4.0, 5.0, 6.0, or are they going to continue to provide public health recommendations that the counties can consider on an opt-in basis? So are they going to maintain the dial going forward, or is the dial 3.0 just a piece of data that's going to be, they're leaving out there for us to consider?
I think Dr. Ryan can speak to that better, but I expect that part of his answer is going to be that he doesn't have a crystal ball on this. And the reason why is because your guess is as good as anybody's, I think. What I will say is that whether CDPHE ends up changing a dial again, I think is going to have a lot to do with where the numbers go in the state. So if Dr. Ryan has anything to add, by all means, I'll leave it there.
Well, Peter, I think you've been listening to me for long enough now. You you took the words right out of my mouth. No, I think, Sean, to your question, I think the late night survey that I received last night, for which I did fill out, is indicative that they're in the thought process of where they go from here. If they see conclusively that the majority of the counties are basically adhering to 3.0 and are going to continue to do that, they might not change. To be honest, I don't know what the state is thinking, what they're going to do moving forward. To Peter's point, I'm almost positive it's going to be completely dependent on where the numbers go. As I stated at the onset of this conversation a while ago, the state's numbers have doubled in a 4-week period. And if I had video, I could show you the chart, but basically the line is going straight up, just the way it did in our previous spikes of cases in this state. So they're paying a lot of attention to that. And I think that is going to dictate here in the next several weeks what course of action they take. I think the way that we have it written here, it provides us with the most consistent and reliable source of information for everybody so that everything is clear. I really hesitated to create something new or reinvent the wheel. It's just going to create confusion. Everyone is familiar with the dial. The numbers are what they are, and if they change up or down, we can adjust accordingly with modifications to the order.
Yeah, thanks. I just had 2 other things I wanted to throw out there. In the case that the state's going to get out of the business of dial maintenance, I think it's going to put obviously it's going to put responsibility on us to have to work with our neighboring counties to figure out what's in the public's best interest and strike the right balance. I think Clear Creek has done a good job of that so far. The 2 things I'll bring up is I know Summit has been having conversations about focusing more on hospitalizations than on cases. And I think that's something worth better understanding. And then the last one is, I brought this up maybe a week or 2 ago, the possibility of adjusting the 6-foot threshold. I know that the CDC reduced that by half for in-person training at schools. And I know that I've heard from a few restaurant owners that if we adjusted that down to something like 4 feet, that it would allow them a lot more latitude in operating their businesses profitably. And I don't know whether that's a good idea or a bad idea from a public health perspective. I would only note that I don't think we have any documented cases of transmissions happening inside of our restaurants with the 6-foot number. So that's all I'll add for now.
Okay, thanks for that.
Just
Peter, go ahead.
one last thing on the resolution you have before you. The resolution the commission has before you was sent last night, probably close to midnight, as we added that additional section and did some minor revisions. I am not sure whether Beth was able to actually upload that into the packet so that the current version is online. She's indicating not, so we will make sure that that is online for the public to review. I know the board has the correct one in front of them, but just so the public is aware, because there was a question in the question and answer about that. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so I welcome this resolution. I think that it fits the intent that we mentioned last week, which is maintaining the status quo, not just dropping all restrictions while we just had case counts double in a month. So I think that's wise. I think conversations like looking at hospitalization rates rather than case counts, frankly, gain salience every day. We're only at 20% vaccinated right now, and so I don't think they have salience now. So I think this is the right move to take now. And I think I'm aware that the metro area public health directors are talking about a redesign to a dial that maybe they adopt across the metro area. Certainly interested in seeing what they come up with there. Very interested in regional coordination. But as far as this specific resolution that's in front of us, I have one question with regards to the dial piece, which is paragraph 9. maybe it's a two-part question. So first off, it says all open businesses. I wonder if we want to identify something different like public places, because for example, is the rec district a business? Is City Hall a business? Is, so I think we might want to find a more broad reference. And then, but Peter, I don't know, you might know how that's defined in statute. And then, I don't know if it makes sense to say, it says basically it must comply with blue level requirements and guidance of the CDPHE. Maybe we could add a little bit more clarity by saying the guidance that applies to them, since that's like, so that we're not implying or creating any kind of requirement that a restaurant would have to follow what a gym does.
I think that I think those are really good points. I know that in the past, what we talked about at the beginning of this thing, and we've held pretty steadily to, is that places that are open to the public to enter, like a city hall, like a lot of different places, everything that's a city hall, even a school, a church, those kind of places, those kind of things that was the approach. It wasn't just businesses. We're not singling out businesses in this thing. As far as the comment about metro area guidance, that's certainly, we're kind of in a funny place in Clear Creek County. And I think looking at all of the places around us and what they're doing to establish what makes the most sense, so that we can have cross-jurisdictional guidelines that are consistent. And if they're not consistent between the mountain communities and the city, then we have to make a decision about which one of those makes the most sense. And at that point, I think I would, for the most part, defer back to Tim's analysis of what he sees, having been here, especially having been here long enough now to see the characteristics of our community and people in it. Whether it's best to mimic Lakewood or best to mimic Summit County is, we're not exactly like either one, but I think looking at all those is important. It would be great if we had something that consistently applied all the way from Denver to Summit and Grand, but I'm not going to hold my breath.
I have a quick process question. Looking forward, whose responsibility on staff is it to keep on top of this to make sure this thing doesn't expire with nobody paying attention to it?
Please. Yeah.
So our office has considered this a shared responsibility with public health. However, we will take ownership of it and ensure that it does not expire as it did last time. It is a public health order. It is a Board of Health order, but we don't have any problem monitoring that and ensuring that it doesn't expire.
Okay, and I don't necessarily, I honestly haven't had a chance to fully read the one that came out at 10:30 last night, because I didn't read my email this morning when I got up. And I've gotten a couple pings from members of the public who are a little disappointed that we're talking about voting on something that no one has read or given an opportunity to make public comment on. And I would suggest we consider maybe postponing this for a day or two so that we could do this the right way.
That's fine. What I do want to mention to you is part of the reason that we revised it several times is because the new guidance came out. The 10th CDPHE order actually wasn't even referenced in the template that the other public health departments have been using. I came across it last night and incorporated it in, and I just wanted the most up to date, and that's why the version is new. The substance is essentially the same, but I absolutely encourage you to do whatever, and we can certainly have a special meeting called if that works better. Right now, we are still covered by the governor's mask mandate, so we still do have some protections.
Thank you for that, Peter. My response to you, Sean, is that I think we need to pass this now. This isn't making any drastic change. This is maintaining the status quo. We've been in blue for a month and a half. It shouldn't be a surprise to anybody that we think staying in blue rather than having like a couple of day period where there are no rules at all is preferable, right? And so I suggest that we pass this resolution so that we can stay in blue. This mask order is the same mask order we've had in place since June. And our intent was not to let it expire. So, we meet every week. We can change this every week as we need to. I agree with you that we should be adding in here something about how and when we will change levels. I also think it's acceptable to say right now we're in blue, and my crystal ball is certainly not clear, but I don't think we're going to hit the 30 cases or whatever it was that I did some reverse engineering of to figure out the level. I don't think we're going to hit 30 cases to kick us into yellow, and I don't think we're going to hit whatever handful of cases gets us into green in a week. So
Yeah, so I guess maybe I'm a little confused. I was under the impression that we were already covered and that there was no public health exposure to doing this a few days from now. Maybe you can correct me on that, Peter.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question? I didn't follow.
George is making a point, which I don't disagree with, that we need to pass it now, because if we don't, we're going to open ourselves up to some kind of an exposure, i.e. inability to enforce public health and create confusion in the county or the business community. And I thought we were already covered essentially by the statewide order, and that there was no urgency to pass this today. And what's the truth?
So the rationale to doing it today and prior to what I believe is the expiration of the governor's order, I'm trying to think the governor's mask order, which is supposed to be tomorrow, is to get something in place. The fact is that, or is it, I'm misspeaking, it's the dial that goes away tomorrow. And then, so part of the thing is because the dial is going away, even though the governor's order remains in effect and we are protected, there's a lot of uncertainty because that fact is that dial is going away. And I think what George may be looking at, and Randy may have mentioned too, is the fact that we want the security, and all it is doing is maintaining the status quo. We're not impacting or enforcing any additional requirements whatsoever. We're just making sure that in this limbo period, and it does seem like a little bit of a limbo period, we have that order in place, that standing order in place.
And Peter, can I interject there? So
Yes.
if we could stop using the terminology, it's going away. It isn't going away. As you indicated earlier, it's shifting from a requirement to guidance. And as a county, we are adopting, through this order, or to Peter's point earlier, we are adopting that guidance as our sort of guiding light in what we are going to be adhering to. And so it isn't going away. It's going from a requirement to guidance. And we are aptly adopting that guidance in this public health order. And that's really we don't know if it's going to end tomorrow, the requirement, or the following day. And this is, to George's point, the need to do that, to make sure that businesses are quite clear. We are adhering to this guidance, whether it's a requirement or guidance. We, as public health in our county, are approving it as guidance, and we are following that guidance.
Okay. Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Tim. With that said, I don't have any issues with it.
I think, yeah, I think we made an emergency declaration early. We came in with a mask order ahead of the state. I think we have an obligation to our constituency, as advised by our public health director and perceived by ourselves, to make sure that we have what we need in place because of the, at times, somewhat capricious nature of how quickly decisions were made with no notification from the state to us. And so I think what happens is we have guidance now. What was a requirement at the state level is turned to guidance at the state level, which puts the onus on the counties to convert that back into requirements. And that's what we're doing to maintain the stability that we need for it to actually be a public health order that means something besides just saying we'd appreciate it if you would please do this, but you don't have to. So I think it's important for us to, and we let it expire. We have an obligation to get it back in place. So that, because it wouldn't be surprising for the new dial to come out tomorrow along with some attachments to it that we never expected. That would not be inconsistent with the way it's worked in the past. And I can't say whether those decisions made at the state level would be right or wrong, but we've got our own path to follow. And anyway, it was too many words to say. I think that we ought to go ahead and pass this thing today. On item number 10, I noticed that it has at the bottom of the order, if I'm looking at the right one, on page 6 of 7 of the order, or 173 of 184 pages, says the public health order shall be in effect from 11:59 on December 31st, 2020, shall expire on March the 31st. I presume that would be changed. And what is the date, the new expiration date? So that needs to be.
I'm
amended.
sorry, where are you looking? Are you looking in the order?
Yes.
6,
Which page?
page 6, item number 11, right?
Item number 10.
Oh, yeah. Cool.
I don't think you're
Um,
looking at the correct one. You are, because item number, section 10, it talks about, it has section 10 says
11.
along with CDPHE, the Clear Creek Board of Health. Okay, that's not the correct one. I will share.
Go down
my
to item
screen.
number 10 on page 6.
Yes,
So item number 10 on page 6 in the version I have that I opened that we received this morning, or maybe at 10
Okay.
o'clock last night,
right.
has it as item 11. I believe this is the item you're referencing. I believe the current one.
that's
we're
it.
considering
That's
says
it.
The dates are correct on that.
Okay, sorry, I was still looking at the one in the packet.
That is all right, understandable.
No worries. Any other comments on this?
I don't necessarily suggest we change it. I think things are happening so fast. It would have been my preference to probably put a date in there a little bit sooner than a month and a half from now. But I think I heard that we have a unanimous commitment to revisit this and pay attention to this and to fine tune it and right size it as the facts on the ground change.
Yeah, I mean, you've got that commitment from me. So that said, any other comment? Maybe someone's ready to make a motion.
My only comment is I threw a little bit of shade on Peter and Tim inadvertently. I really appreciate you guys staying up late and getting this thing in proper order for us to consider today. Thank you.
So I move that we approve resolution 21-01. Is that correct? Since I'm looking at the wrong one.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Standing public health order requiring facial coverings in public where social distancing cannot be maintained and facilitating contact tracing.
Can I ask you for a friendly amendment? Peter, maybe you can suggest the language. Instead of all open businesses, all places open to the public, or something like that. What do you suggest we do there?
Actually, and that's fine. And I think what I will do is either I will define open businesses, or I will do, as I think Randy had mentioned, make it businesses open to the public, leaving it something to that effect.
More than businesses. We're not just talking
We're
about
talking
business.
facility. Yeah, I'll be able to massage that so that it reflects the board's intent. I understand what they're looking for.
Okay.
Thank you. And I just remembered that as you were speaking, Randy.
I second the motion.
All in favor?
All right.
Okay. I note that in our haste, we missed, I think there is one unanswered question. I'll just respond quickly to Craig. It sounds like we got that cleared up. That is not the current version. He asked if the online version of the packet was the current one. No, there was item 9 was added, and we'll get that out as soon as we have it. The only other question I have, this one's for you, Dr. Ryan. This is from Corinne Westerman. Does that percentage of people who've been vaccinated account for people who can't be vaccinated yet, mainly children?
So it's my understanding the data that we have and is posted on CDPHE's website under their county specific vaccine. It only includes individuals who can get the vaccine. So it'd be 16 and above included in those numbers. They do not include under 16, obviously, in those data points.
Okay, so that's where not 25% of our population, but 25% of our eligible population. Thank you.
That's my understanding. Yep.
20%. Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Any other anything else before we take our lunch break?
1 o'clock?
I just wanted to make sure that y'all saw the revised agenda. We had a couple changes and I knew Peter had an executive session. And so I bumped some things around to give you more time uninterrupted so that maybe you could knock out that executive session. So whereas we did have a 1 o'clock, I moved the 1 o'clock to 3. And because I couldn't get the economic development group until 3:30. So I moved the stuff that wasn't canceled to later in the day and gave you a break from now until 2:30 or so, or 3, to do your executive session. I sent out the revised agenda last night by email, so it might be separate from what you see. But the next thing on the agenda is really the transit update, which we can do at any time, but I was thinking to give you an uninterrupted break of executive session with lunch to save you some time of going in and out of session.
I'm confused.
Beth, I'm not seeing an email from you about a new agenda.
Me either.
Hold on, I'm going to share it with you. And it is online.
Well, I pulled up the one off of
Not-
the,
Not on the packet.
yeah.
So hold on a second. I'm going to share my screen so you can see what I'm looking at. Okay. So you guys just finished your 11:30 right here, the Board of Health resolution. And we were going to go to lunch at 12. Then we used to have transit right here at 1. But we had a couple things after that that we changed. And so I just bumped transit down to 3 and said that you were going to go into executive session during this time instead of doing executive session at the end of the meeting.
What
See-
happened to housing strategy update?
I had that on the wrong date. It's actually supposed to be on the 20th. So I removed.
Okay, all right.
And then we had a cancellation of the county lands disposition discussion, which I moved as well. So I had economic development on there for 3:30 for a while. So I can push transit back to like 3 or 2:30, whatever works best for you. I was just trying to give you some uninterrupted time to finish your executive session so you didn't have to stay late tonight after economic development.
And we're not actually counting on a 2.5-hour executive session, is that correct?
I didn't know. I'm looking at Peter.
That is correct. We are not looking at that. So we could resume at 1 if you would like, and that will give us a significant amount of time. We have 5 different matters that we will be discussing.
Okay.
If it's okay with you, do you and Anne Marie have a preference between 1 and 3? Maybe my slight preference is to stick with the agenda that we published.
Sure, we can do 1 o'clock. That's fine.
Let's do that. And then do executive session following that, I think.
Okay. We'll make
I
sure
mean,
we're
that's
ready.
my suggestion. That's my thought also. I think that sounds better.
No, it's really up to y'all. I was just trying to not make you stay till 6 o'clock. I was trying to get you out of here right after economic development.
Yeah, there might be somebody out there having a sandwich somewhere that's going to come back at 1 o'clock for transit. So,
Okay, no problem. We'll be ready at 1 o'clock.
Okay. Thank you. Sean?
Let's just say, I think we have a meeting at 4 too, like a an update.
What's that?
Is that the CCI one,
Yeah,
the local government update?
yeah, exactly.
I've got a phone call at 4:30 and another meeting at 5 too.
Yeah, what sounds like we'll have the opportunity to possibly be able to attend the 4 o'clock meeting if we follow this, and I'm good with that.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say Lindsay may be asking for, maybe thinking that she has an hour. I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna email her and Jonathan really quick, John Kane, and see if they could jump early. Is that okay
Okay.
with y'all? Even if by just like a half hour, like start them at 3 if we can. And then that way you guys are sure to be out by your other meeting at 4.
Randy was just talking about watching 2 meetings at once. Maybe I'll try that out today at 4.
Not, I don't suggest it. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and just stick with the published agenda. Note to all, the housing strategy update is not on the agenda. We will be back at 1 p.m. for the transit department update. Board, what's your pleasure? Shall we try to knock out any portion of executive session prior to 1, or shall we not?
I would think not. We got 40 minutes for lunch right now. If we take lunch.
Yeah,
We got a lot of time afterwards for executive session.
Okay.
After the transit update, I think.
Okay. And thank you, Beth, for thinking about our days and our outcomes.
No, I'm just trying not to have you here all night. So. But yes, we'll be ready at 1 o'clock, and then we'll let you and Peter do what y'all need to do, and then be ready after that with economic development.
Okay. We're in recess until 1 p.m. when we get the transit department update.
Thank you. Anne Marie, I just forwarded a couple emails to you from CDOT. I didn't know if you saw them.
Hi, friends.
Hey, George. Did you have a good lunch?
I had a great,
Perfect.
I'm just gonna make you jealous while we wait for Randy to get here. I discovered this product. It's kind of like ramen, but it's really spicy. It's fantastic.
You might check the sodium level on that thing.
At least it was me for a change.
It is quite tasty. I've had that.
It is, yeah. It's got enough sodium to, give me another kidney stone, but hey. Okay. Shall we? And Randy, no offense intended. It's 1 o'clock. You're not even late. So we are here to discuss an update with the transit department. I see we have Beth and Anne Marie here. Beth, maybe you can kick us off.
Absolutely. So as part of the agenda topics calendar that Keith and Amy created earlier this year, part of what we do each month is a 30-minute update from one of our divisions to just kind of share what we've been working on and what progress we're making, make sure we're going in the right direction according to what the board visualizes. So this is our 30-minute update, which obviously can go a little bit longer if you guys have questions, to give you an update on where transit's been going. Just as a brief history, you remember we had SRC, Senior Resource Center, as our broker for almost 3 years. They did leave the industry during the pandemic, the start of the pandemic. And in the summer of 2020, we came to talk to you and begged to keep the service and how important it was to the community. And I'm so glad that we did, because the ridership has been through the roof since then. Of course, all within COVID standards with CDPHE. But the ridership has continued to increase, and you'll see that in the PowerPoint that we included online, as well as what Anne Marie is going to share with you today. So this is kind of where we started and where we are now. And I'm going to let the real superstar of the show sort of guide you through the PowerPoint that we prepared for you today. So Anne Marie, go ahead and take it away.
Okay. Hi guys, bear with me, I'm a little nervous. How do I play a PowerPoint?
Go to slideshow at the top.
Ah.
And then from beginning.
Got it.
There you go.
Anne Marie, just remind yourself, you are an award-winning transit director.
That's right.
You got this.
I know, it's just, all right, so we're rebranding. So this is our new name for our bus, which is the Roundabout. We're super excited. We should be having our buses wrapped soon. The people I tell are really also excited about it. It's something big for us. I think it's something that's going to take us to the next level. Okay, so these are our stats for, whoops, hold on. There we go. Trying to move my window. window. Okay, these are our stats for 2020 to 2021 in the months that we were able to do the bus back before COVID hit really hard. As you can see in January, we had 473 and we rose to 679. And then February was 348. And this year we got 707 riders. So we have definitely doubled, and it's only going up from here. March, we can't really go back on because that's when we shut down the county and the buses. But still at 611, it's fantastic. We're extremely happy about our numbers in the ridership. And we're getting more seniors, more minors and students, along with more tourists riding the bus or bike riding back and forth. So it's becoming more and more a necessity for people. This is the budget that we have projected for 2021. Even though it started off slow, we're starting to pick up pace, and we want to extend our route. So we want to have 2 routes that are in town, one going westbound, one going eastbound, and which we would require to hire 2 full-time drivers. And based on the grants that we're receiving, which should be more, we should be able to cover most of the county portion to relieve us of that end of it. It looks like for the up and coming 2021 for this year, we're looking to spend about $563,000 for transit. The county portion without the grant information would be $183,000. But at the top, you can see we have our SRSA, and that's $77,300 per year that we can use as our county portion, along with our 5311 grant. That'll be also implemented in this, and it's an 80% for admin and 50% for operating. And then we're hoping to get advertising revenue of $2,000. It depends. We're still looking into how we're going to get revenue, but there's a few ideas that we've been bouncing around. And we're really looking forward to seeing what we can do this summer with the ridership and the extra buses and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, Anne Marie, can I just add a little bit for the board?
Yes, please.
We are big talkers to the ridership and big communicators of what's missing. Are there any gaps in service, things like that. Obviously, we're hearing a lot of requests to provide bus service on Sundays. And there's a lot of requests to just go a little bit later at night, not, late night or anything like that, but maybe until like 9 or 9:30 at night. And so when we say expansion, we're looking at doing the running the bus on Sundays, and then also running it a little bit later at night, which does change our schedules during the day. So just wanted to share a little bit about exactly what the expansion means. We are still drilling through our matrix of what that looks like and how many people a day that is. We've narrowed it down to 2 additional full-time drivers of what it would cost in order to do that expansion. And we do have the buses to do it. We just need to have the drivers to drive on Sunday and drive a little bit later each night. So just wanted to share that piece.
Thank you, Beth. And this budget number does show what it will look like with 8 full-time drivers. So this is what our new shift coverage schedule will look like.
Anne-Marie,
Yeah.
a quick question on the
Yeah.
budget. My apologies.
No worries.
So I see that, and this is the proposed, not the current.
Correct.
And I see that the county portion is 183, and I see we have 200,000 in other revenues.
Yep.
And so is the county portion 0?
No. So the county portion, okay, so the 183 is after the 5311 grant has already come out. So you see up there, the 5311 grant is 123,384. And then you see in the breakdown of the line items that shows projected cost, county percentage. So we're only paying that percentage. Basically with these federal 5311 grants from the FTA, the grant pays 80% of my time, Anne Marie's time, and your regular budget line items like operating expenses and training and telephone. And that grant only pays 50% of driver salary benefits and fuel, which is sort of ironic because those are your most expensive line items and they only pay 50%. So as frustrating as that is, they are covering 50%, but they cover 80% of me and Anne Marie's salary and benefits, and then 80% of the rest of our budget. Okay, so that 183 is with the 5311 already taken out. And then as Anne Marie mentioned, in that SRSA grant that we're getting above the COVID relief funding, so you're going to take 183 minus the 77,000, and then the 183 minus the advertising revenue of 2,000, and that'll be about the county's contribution to transit. It's good to know that in the past, we usually put in around 110, 125 a year into transit when SRC was running it. So I just wanted to share that comparison with you.
One question I have with regard to the same question George was asking is that if I look at the revenue totals, I presume that's a total to date and there's more to come, because obviously 563, 630 minus 202, 684 does not equal 183, 389. So I presume that revenue number will go up as the year goes forward.
Yes.
And that the box underneath on expenditures and the county percentage, that's a projection forward for the year. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So we are also in meetings right now. I'm going to say the wrong name. Is it American Rescue Act? Is that right?
There's that one, and then there's the RTAP also. So the American Rescue Grant is monies that I don't believe we have to apply for it. It's going to be granted. It was a presidential determination that he wanted to fund transit more, and that's, I want to say it's $30.5 billion that he is going to be divvying out to transportation. So we don't know what we are getting, but I mean, it's probably going to be substantial. That is definitely going to cover a lot of the county portion, I'm hoping.
Yeah.
But like I said, I've been in a few meetings about this and haven't heard when or how much. And then there's also the RTAP grant that we're applying for community service to see if we can help out the county portion again. And that's up to 100,000 to assist our community more, which would benefit from using our drivers and then paying our drivers with that also.
It's similar to SRSA, the SRSA money that we have above. So when you get, like last year we got CARES money, this year we're getting SRSA money and we're getting American Recovery money. And basically CDOT wants you to spend all that down first and then use your 5311 grant funds after that. So like right now, we are still reimbursing the county off of 2020 5311 grant because we still have money left in there that we didn't use last year because we got so much CARES money. And so for 2021, we're getting SRSA and the American Recovery funding, and they're going to make us spend that first, and they pay everything 100% with no match. And then from there, we use our 5311 money. So kind of like what Randy was saying, the revenues are going to continue to increase as we spend down or as we incur expenditures. And then we keep getting money back from those two sources. Does that help?
Yeah, it does. And thank you, Randy, for pointing that out. And so the version, the Reader's Digest version is that without increasing our historic investment amounts in transit,
Right.
we can expand what we offer.
Right, right. Yep. And while the projected dollars do look high, they do. I mean, that's, you know, what it costs to have the drivers providing the service and connecting to Evergreen and RTD. You know, we are offset in cost tremendously by the feds and by CDOT. And we continue to apply for every grant opportunity that comes our way to continue to offset this cost. One of the goals that Keith had set in the beginning was we don't want to spend more than we did initially when we had a broker, and that's our goal. We constantly try and keep it below that 125 every year of what the county's contribution is.
I think it would be useful maybe to, in the future, recast this sheet in a way that's a little bit more comprehensible where the numbers add up. But I appreciate all the efforts to find other people's money to help subsidize what we're doing here. A quick question I have is related to commuters. I know we had some conversations in the past about making it more attractive for folks from the far west to connect into the Evergreen and get all the way to the Capitol or Denver West, and things like possibly creating an express bus or streamlining it so that people weren't sitting on the bus for an inordinately long amount of time to get back and forth. What's the status of those efforts?
So CDOT has pulled, not CDOT, is this,
RTD.
why am I blanking?
RTD.
Thank you. RTD has pulled their bus from Evergreen, from El Rancho.
El Rancho. I don't know if they've pulled the bus at Bergen Park, but they have pulled El Rancho.
They don't have, RTD doesn't go to Bergen Park.
Really?
Yeah, they have a park and
They
ride.
used to. They pulled both.
And that's probably a temporary thing due to.
We're hoping, I haven't heard any update. So we are still going up to Evergreen daily, but we are actually in the process of trying to get more buses. So making it down to Golden, where the train is definitely one of our goals that we're trying to reach. And that would be a direct route. So it would either start in Idaho Springs, or, Idaho Springs to Bergen Park to, Golden. And that'll definitely be an express, as far as express goes around here. So that is still on the table. It's not in the forefront because there's little things that we have to do before we can get there. And as the way that we're rerouting stuff, we're actually making our local routes quicker. So we'll have an eastbound and a westbound, which cuts it down by about 30-minute sit time. And then instead of starting our Walmart route in Georgetown, we're just starting in Idaho Springs and going up to the Walmart and then going to Bergen Park and then coming back. So we're expanding that as well, but making it a shorter route. We can actually get 2 loops in for 1 loop of the local. So we're going to be getting people places faster and in more of a timely manner. And this is why we need the extra 2 drivers.
I think one thing that might be useful to think about for the future is the type of vehicle we're using for those express routes too.
Mm-hmm.
I know that the Prospector is not something you would take to the Indy 500. I'm sure of that. So when you're trying to do express routes, the ability to maintain in traffic, and that's kind of part of it's just like the CDOT microtransit project. I know that there are those roughly 12 to 15 passenger Sprinter type things that are likely to be electrified. And I know there's nothing on the market anywhere now, nor will there be for quite a long time, in the form of like the size of our Prospector bus and larger, that will be electrified to be able to perform well at highway speeds on a highway and in traffic and everything. But I know those Sprinters within somewhere, or those in similar types of vehicles within the Ford transit line and stuff like that are expected to be electrified within 3 to 5 years and be able to run with, within that time, maybe a 200 and some mile capacity and an ability to perform in traffic too. So it could be that we'd want to diversify our fleet down the road. And I realize that's a little ways out, but even so, in the near term, the diesel and gas versions of those kinds of things I don't think they cost more. If anything, they might even cost a little less. And which brings me to one question, which is what's the most we ever see? And do we ever have the Prospector full?
Not right now because of COVID.
Right.
We're still maxed at 50% unless you come in as a couple, then you can sit together. But my hope and my plan is after this rebranding and you see the new image and you see the new bus and the word gets spread out more than it did previously, then our numbers are going to grow
Exponentially.
Yeah, exponentially. Sorry, I told you I was nervous.
No, it's okay.
Well,
and as far as the electric buses, we're actually testing one in a few weeks.
Yeah.
I know, I'm aware of that.
Okay.
But I'm also aware of what's on the market right now in electric buses. And I know that they don't have tremendously long range nor tremendously high performance on the highway. And so I'm just suggesting that as if we continue to track that, knowing that CDOT's out there, running that, moving towards that exact same place alongside them, we can probably we can use them and track their ability to come up with the right tool for the job for those express runs all the way to Denver and back up to Hill, because
Right.
the prospector would be a little slow for that.
No, and that's what I've been looking into, that the van buses versus the bus is, it looks like it could accommodate us more on those long travels, whether we go to Loveland or to Summit County, or we go down to Golden or even further out. I think the van is the way to go because they can set it up just like a bus with the 2 doors and the seating exactly the same way. And it's going to be better on the vehicle itself. It be better on gas mileage than the bus is currently, because it's just it's a different model. It's a different vehicle altogether.
Yeah.
So I have been looking into that too, to help us get out of the county easier and more efficiently.
The weights of those, I know they don't require CDLs
Correct.
to drive them. And the weights of them in the mass per passenger is considerably less than either large buses or cars or even stuff like the Prospector right now. Those
Right.
vehicles have. And what is the capacity of the Prospector? Remind me.
12 regular seats and then 2 handicap.
So you
And
can
then one
you can
driver.
do a dozen in one of those Eco Transit
Oh, yes.
and
Yes.
stuff like that, and be able to perform at highway speeds. And
Correct.
okay.
Do those smaller buses have ADA? Like if someone's in a wheelchair, can they access it?
Yes.
And our drivers are trained to help load and unload anybody with any kind of physical disability. It's part of their certifications and training. I think one of the reasons why we've been so competitive with our drivers is that they are not required to have a CDL. Now, we still follow all the FTA drug testing policies. We do random testing just like they did have a CDL, but our guys are not required to have a CDL. So they have some specialized trainings that they do. Anne Marie, we sent them last summer for, what are their trainings that we sent them for?
DTOC, which is defensive driving. And then pass, thank you. It's the handicapped and wheelchair capabilities, how to get them on and off, how to treat them, all that stuff. And we actually have in-house trainers now.
Yeah.
After they went to the courses last summer. So we don't have to go outside for that any longer. We actually can do that right here in the county building.
Yeah. Yeah. And we've also put all of our drivers through first aid, CPR, Narcan, and AED training with our local EMS department. So they've got a lot of training in the past few months. So.
I want to add another element to talking about trips to Denver, and I love the concept. I know we all do. We also have the vast majority of our service industry workforce comes up from the Denver metro area. And I think one of our very significant recovery challenges is in the labor market. Businesses are trying to expand their labor force right now, and they're struggling. The candidates just don't seem to be there. So if we were able to take commuters to the metro area and then pick up commuters and take them back to Idaho Springs, I think that we could really help our labor market. And I'll just stop with that concept and hear your thoughts.
Does any of your data show like maybe where we would pick people up? I mean, is it at the light rail station we would pick them up and bring them up to work, or is it at the Hogback?
It can be, because we'd be down in the area, I would imagine that we could do either. Since we're down there, we might as well hit a few different stops and then come straight back up.
Yeah, I was wondering if George heard anything from the data they were researching on where the people most likely would come from.
That is, I think the level of granularity in the data I referenced is in our housing assessment. And I think the majority of people who commute from Jefferson County, and then it spreads out all over the Denver metro area. So
yeah,
I mean, I think if we were to just kind of pick a spot and communicate it well, we might get some ridership.
Okay, that's cool.
All right, anything else? We can move on to the next one, maybe. Okay. So this is what we're projecting our new bus schedule to look like. And we will be running Monday through Sunday for our local route. But we will be only running one bus on Saturday and Sunday due to we're only hiring 2 full-time drivers. If we hire more, obviously there's more room to expand. And then we are going to try to do Walmart on a Saturday for between 4 hours, kind of between that dead time when it slows down and you can actually make it.
Yeah.
And just to get, people more out and about when they need it, because not everybody can go during the week. Maybe, hopefully we can get some people on the weekend that want to go. Let's see. And then we are not doing Fridays or Sundays for the Walmart route. We kind of want to take it slow and see how Saturday does. And if Saturday's great, then we'll try to do Friday and Sunday.
It is a complete navigation of congestion time on I-70, and we're trying to still provide that service to the East End because people want it. And I mean, we were surprised even when RTD stopped coming to El Rancho, our ridership to Walmart and Bergen Park did not decrease. I mean, it still continued almost as high as our local ridership. So we know there's a demand to go to the Walmart, Home Depot, King Soopers area.
And I've also had a chance to talk to the Rock House because they would like to also take advantage of the bus for students that can't make it up to Evergreen for job opportunities. So that was another big thing that I'm really excited to get started on, along with communicating with the rec center and helping them out with their kids that want to go on field trips, using an extra bus when we have it. There's just a lot of little things that we can do to help our community grow and get more outreach as far as that goes. Yeah. All right, next one. So this is what our bus is going to look like. I'm really excited. It's like a dream come true. You're definitely going to see us coming. We're hoping to draw a lot of attention. So people are like, hey, who's that? What do what's going on? The new hotel in Georgetown has agreed to let us put a stop there so we can pick up passengers, take them to town, and then bring them back. Easy. If they want to go to Idaho Springs, they can go too. They're really, anticipating a good ridership for us. And they've also let us know that our guys are happy. They can use the bathrooms, they can grab coffee. So it's kind of nice to have them reach out to us and let us know that, they're there for us and we're there for them. So we're looking at 3 new routes, later times, going full 7 days a week. We do have a new brochure out. We're still in the midst of editing that. And then we're going to continue our dedicated Walmart and Bergen Park route for free. And everyone I did ride the bus a few weeks ago. I really wanted to, and it was fun. I enjoyed it. The bus is a little rough on the bumps, but besides that, it was really nice to talk to the people that ride the bus and tell them who I was, and then to hear how great our drivers are and how respectable they are, and they go out of their way for these people, and it's just nice to hear that community feedback in person, because I tried to give them to do the comment cards, but nobody wants to do a comment card. So me riding the bus definitely helped me understand how our riders are enjoying this, and us going forward is a good thing. So yeah. Do you guys like the new bus look?
Yeah.
I don't see you, Randy. You're not making a comment. You're
Well,
not
I'm
making
just
a
trying
comment.
I was just thinking about it. It's new to me, so I'm just absorbing it. I think it's I like the idea of it getting a lot of attention.
Yeah.
I think it's cute. The name's cute. I'd also, what I was thinking of was that in CDOT, they named, their microtransit project Pegasus. And then we thought, well, we were trying to move into electrification and something that was going to be more like Tesla ultimately. And so I thought that naming it after a 3,000-year-old winged horse might not be taking us to the future fast. But in this case, I think for the purpose that this is serving, I think it's pretty appropriate. And what I do think seriously is that the idea of making it something that catches attention and that people can become attached to and like when they see it is an important marketing tool for us.
Yeah.
the next, but as and more important is the level of service that we provide and the kinds of functions that we enable for people. And to Sean's point a little while ago, I know we talked about this in 2017 when we were first kicking this off, was that this is a great place to start. And it's grown so much since then. And as we enable commuting, and we enable workforce movement, mobility, both directions, we can really start doing some, I think, take it to another level.
Right. And that's what we're trying to do. Even we discussed hooking up in the wintertime to Loveland and Echo and getting riders. And this would be a paid service. So, another revenue kind of service that, pick people up, drop people off based on times to go ski. It would reduce the traffic, the carbon footprint, stuff like that. We've been so busy with everything else this year, we haven't gotten around to doing that. But hopefully, yes, in the future, I see a lot of things in our future for this transit department. Really, I'm just really excited about it.
Yeah.
How far ahead do we plan? Like when we saw the financial numbers, I assume you probably budget at some distance into the future. How far is that?
We're about to show you a little bit of how far ahead we've planned this year so far. We can pretty much we're pretty assured, I would say 90% sure, that we're going to get that 5311 money each year. It's been a high priority across administrations, and it's never decreased. That same amount of money has, been given to SRC before us, and that grant was transferred over to us when we took over the service from SRC. Now, one thing we are talking about doing this year is asking for an increase in that amount annually that 5311 gives to us. It is based on like a federal formula, and CDOT said they could help us go through that process to try and ask for more than $125,000 a year from the 5311 grant, and we are gonna pursue that. We want to offset the cost to the county even more, and we believe that we have the demand and the ridership to justify it. CDOT's been pretty impressed with our ridership numbers and how much they've increased over the past year. So we feel like they will help us get there with a higher formula ranking to bring more money back to Clear Creek. So I don't know if that helps you, but we're going to go through kind of a Q2, Q3 planning schedule here with y'all in a few slides, so I can kind of share where we're going.
So this is just a little breakdown of what we have, what our goal is, and to kind of persuade you more to let me take on a couple extra guys. We've expanded the routes to meet our riders. We are going to be running 7 days a week compared to the 5 or the 6. We would like to promote more transportation to churches, restaurants, outside activities, the rec center, which they've already contacted us about, the new clinic, which is already on the route. Like I've already, added that in, and other resources. And like we talked about, hopefully soon getting down to Golden, or meeting up with in Summit County someplace. More work opportunities, and like I discussed with you before, the Rock House, trying to get their volunteers and their students out to be able to get jobs, not just in the county, but outside the county. I would like to talk to the high school, middle school, and kind of go through how to ride the bus. What do you do? How do you do it? Questions and answers with them, because I think the more people know, the more we can get them out and functioning and riding. I'm making my son ride the bus now because he's 14, and if he wants to do something, he I'm like, dude, I'm running this program, you need to ride the bus. So he is currently riding the bus. Our projected increase of ridership, I believe, I want to say I'm optimistic it might double. I know that seems high, but that's how I feel. The summer specialty trips we're contacting the towns to see if they want to be involved, or certain restaurants. So that's going to be another revenue builder for us. We're not too focused this year on advertising because with the new wrap, we won't have the space on the outside of the bus to advertise, but we will on the inside. So it's not going to be as much as we were anticipating to be, but with all these other kind of things that we're doing outside of advertising, we're looking at gaining more revenue. I have had people hiking and biking, like they'll bike down to Idaho Springs and then ride the bus back. So that's a great opportunity. I'm also going to be getting in touch with a couple of the rafting companies this year to see, you know, if they have campers that are camping out someplace and we can pick them up and take them, because most of the rafting is right on our route. Easy.
Connections.
I think that's it. Next. So these are the grants that we've received so far. And like Beth said, between March and July, we had CARES Act money that we weren't using, and 5311 money that we did not use for transit. So we're still using that money. This is a breakdown of how much money we've been getting. And like Sean said, there is more, there's definitely more to come. We are digging through the paperwork. We're digging through the grants on what we can get, what we're qualified for. So we've got our admin and operating for the year, or SRSA, which is divided among 3 years, which is about $77,000 a year. And then they did approve us for a new bus. So we have another chance to get a new bus. And I just read the email that Beth sent me saying that there is no coverage from the county for this.
Right, no match.
No match at all. So this new bus will be completely paid for with grant money.
Yeah. It is a gasoline bus, but at the time they said this is the best way to go for now. One of our buses is pretty old and it's actually beyond its life cycle according to the FTA standards. So we'd like to kind of use that as a spare and bring on this new bus as soon as we can. So this is the most recent grant that we've gotten. We just heard about it maybe, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
So it does take almost a year to get a new bus. So, you know, although we have received the notice and the contracts are getting ready to come through the county, we probably actually won't see this bus for a few months. I do have to go to RFP for this bus. So I'll be working with the attorney's office on that. So.
Okay. Thank you. And I know that we're in a work session, so of course we're not taking any action. Are you looking to have direction one way or another?
Oh, just on the program overall, you know, if you have we took some notes so far on some things that y'all mentioned and some things you'd like to see, but if you have some more items, please share. We're happy to take them back to our drawing board and see what we can make happen.
I think the main things first of all, I'm just like behind the program. I'm very enthusiastic. I think Sean made a great suggestion a couple of years ago when he said, that's all we're getting out of it. Let's just make it free. You know, what's the point? And I just, you know, and I got to tell you, you go to other counties and they may have bigger transit services in Eagle and Pitkin and stuff like that, you know, Roaring Fork and all that, RAFTA, but when I tell them, yeah, we just do it for free. We just tell everybody they can ride for free. You know, their jaws kind of drop. It's like, how'd you do that? And it's like, well, we weren't making any money anyway. So why not? And we decide, you know, and so, and then otherwise, I think maintaining, I think supporting the quality of life and the functionality of our citizens is the most important thing. And that's what we've been on for 4 years. But the thing we've had our eye towards for 4 years, which is workforce mobility, and I think that is best achieved through probably a diversity in the fleet, you know, the right tool for the right job. Otherwise, I have no other comments.
Yeah, thanks for the update. I mean, when I was thinking about the future, I was thinking about probably a little further out in the future than you might have been guessing. I was thinking, I look at the budget and I imagine us at some point in the future being able to offer a better, a more convenient service that could potentially even go to people's front doors using autonomous vehicles. I mean, that would make things so much more convenient, and it would drive most of the costs out of what we're subsidizing from a county perspective.
Right.
So I don't necessarily think there's any action items, but I know I have kind of had my eye on that and paying attention, and there's already autonomous buses that exist. There, the regulations haven't caught up yet in terms of allowing them on public roads, and we have pretty challenging operating conditions here in our county. So I think we're not going to be the first ones to do that, but that's something that excites me, the possibility of being able to, offer that kind of bespoke service to bring somebody from their doorstep to some other place in the county.
That's, and that's the main ingredient. When you look at electrification, trying to figure out how to make highway transit affordable and work. When you look at something like the Mustang, one of the impediments to the microtransit program on the highway is that it takes 3.5 drivers to equal that one Mustang large bus. Now, the large Mustang bus is slower. It uses more fuel per passenger mile and all those things. It's wrong in every category except for one thing, which is it takes those 3.5 drivers. So by going to the microtransit, they're finding that perfect sweet spot that's better than a car and better than a bus. It's right in the middle at that maximum efficiency. The problem is the HR cost of putting 3.5 drivers on the road. But what they're doing is developing a concept that once autonomous vehicle technology kicks in is suddenly way cheaper than anything else and way more efficient. And, so it's a step towards the future. Finding the right tool for the job, knowing that once you convert over, that model is the most easily converted and will do you the most good.
Cool. Awesome. I know you guys have to have time for executive session, so if you need to jet, we totally understand. You do have our packet in your online packet, so you can look at the rest of the slides on your own or however you'd like to do that.
How much do you have left for us?
Two slides.
Slides, yeah, and we don't. I'm sure we don't have to go line by line. We could just jump. I'll just throw in one quick thing. We are still hoping to try and build a 3-bay bus facility close to the annex on the dirt property down there where we're going to put the fast chargers. We would like to get these buses out of the courthouse parking lot and get them down to sort of their own space and have a small 3-bay facility where we could park them and charge them with the charging capacity that we're applying for. So we got a couple grants coming up here in the next couple months that we want to apply for: the 3-bay facility, the chargers for 4 electric buses, and then also ask for 4 electric buses. We are sort of mimicking what RAFTA is doing, where they're doing chargers not only at the bus station, but they're also doing them en route so that the buses can stop, do a 10-minute bump charge, get another 100 miles, and keep driving. So we've been talking to RAFTA a lot about how they're running their electric buses. Take it for granted, they are, like what Randy said, they are a big transit system. They have big buses, but we like their idea of having en route charging and think it'll keep our smaller shuttles out on the route longer. So these were the 3 items we were going to go to grant application for in the next 2 months. The FTA has 2 grant programs coming up. One is called Bus and Bus Facilities, and one is called the Super Call. And we were going to apply for the same thing in both applications. This was recommended to do for us by CASTA. They said, put your package together, go and ask for it in both grant application processes and see what you can get. And as you know, I sent you last weekend that in the Goose's community project funding, I did ask for 2 electric buses in that process. They're pretty spendy, they're new versions. There's 3 of them on the road now. 1 of them's coming out on the road this fall. So we've been interviewing with our bus manufacturers of the EV model for the past 2 months and talking to them about their capacities, how many miles they get per charge, you name it. And then, like Anne-Marie said, we're going to be test driving one at the end of this month. So this is kind of the direction we're going. I just wanted to share that with y'all again in case you're like, heck no, we don't want electric buses, or heck no, we don't want a transit facility. I was hoping you could tell us before I took up my weekends writing some more grants. So, But if not, I'm gonna move forward and make the ask. So just want to make sure you're okay with that.
Yeah, I think the electric bus idea is great. I mean, as we mentioned earlier, I know that what's there right now doesn't perform like a Tesla Roadster or anything. But because I've been tracking those for about 4 years myself, calling in and asking what's the current technology, what's out there, kind of trying to press this micro transit project. So I'm aware that they tend to be a little slower, and I know they're limited in terms of their distance that they can travel. And I'm really curious to see how they just try to perform on our route and what you get out of them. And you might want to have another gas-powered empty one follow the electric on the first run in the mountains, just to see how far it gets.
Right.
To pick up the pay. I think we just get all the county commissioners and everybody on the thing and see how far it takes us. But
Well, I think they boast about 120, but when we talk to some of the mechanics that work on them, they're like, yeah, you're lucky if you get about 87 miles, to a charge. So they're like, don't believe what's in the written pamphlet. We can tell you for sure because we work on them.
But
So,
we're hoping to get regenerative charging, like
Yeah.
on the way back down.
yeah, on the downhill.
So
yeah, and the first 70 of those 80 some miles might be just actually getting from, climbing the hill.
Yeah.
Right.
The Silver Plume might feel like 70 miles to that bus. But we'll see. We'll see how they
Yeah.
work.
Okay. So I think that was kind of the big stuff. Anne Marie, did you want to throw in any other stuff that we're working on in the next few months? Or
I don't think so. I think I've noted everything that I've had contact with. Like I said, I have fallen in love with this transit department. I've coddled it and kind of made it my own. And I'm really proud of it. I'm proud of my drivers. I'm proud of our routes. I'm proud of our riders. This is something that we've needed, and finally it's paying off for us.
Thanks for your time. I think you know where to find us if you have any questions or recommendations. But we have a list from our meeting today, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, thank you. And for those watching, that is our award-winning transit director, Anne Marie. Isn't she incredible?
Thank you.
Okay, you are welcome, and thank you. I know that we have an executive session coming up. I also think that we have an outstanding item on county manager update. What's our pleasure? Which should we take first?
County manager update. What do you guys think?
Thought we did that already, didn't we?
I think, thanks, George. I think all we had to do, not all, but the outstanding or remaining item was just if there was any other feedback or comments on the Goose office applications that we're submitting. And just as a reminder, we're submitting for 2 electric buses, as we just talked about, submitting for a sports shooting park, some of the components in that park, submitting for the DLD project, sidewalks, curb and gutter perhaps, et cetera. And then finally, the healthcare clinic. And I know Alyssa is anxiously awaiting some information from Beth on what the work that we've already put together, that we've already done on the clinic, so that Alyssa can go ahead and get that application together. And that's what we have.
So my initial thought, and I'm not persuadable, but I don't know if it's to our strategic benefit to submit 4 applications. I do know that as is implied in the title, they're talking about projects that the community will be enthusiastic about, and therefore know about. And so, referencing the electric buses, referencing the DLD plan, I haven't seen them. And so I don't know if anybody else has. And so I don't know if they'll be competitive. This is an annual process. This will be an annual process moving forward. What are our thoughts, and who wants to tell me I'm wrong? I don't mean that
The
like a
electric
challenge.
buses is, I wonder if we're at the right point of the adoption curve for our county, just because we do have such complex requirements for those. And then I like looking at through the lens of how would winning these grants help us avoid future costs that we are eventually going to be stuck with. And that's one where I know we were talking about the potential of the Greenway going through Dumont. So if the opportunity to basically, I said, avoid future costs is important to me. But I agree with you, George. I'm not really up to speed on those two at all.
Want me to share a little info? Or do you guys already have thoughts about it?
I assume you're referencing the electric buses.
And the DLD sidewalks?
Happy to hear from you about both of those.
Okay. So the electric buses, for our size of buses, they're expensive. They're about $250,000 a piece. Sure, that price will go down in 10 years or so, but for now, there's only about 4 manufacturers on the street making those. And we are making the attempt to kind of follow y'all's direction of moving to an e-fleet, an EV readiness plan, and also transitioning the transit fleet over to an electric fleet as well. We know there's no way we're going to be able to obtain these buses just sort of out of pocket. I mean, it's going to require some kind of grant or cost offset in some form. So we were just trying to be proactive. We know this is one of those bills that we are going to have down the road. And we were just trying to stay in line and in timing with the governor's executive order to convert transit fleets over between 2030 and 2040. So I didn't put all 4 of them in there. I only put 2 in there, just, trying to be nice. And at least, try and cover half of our fleet if we could have the opportunity to do that, especially given the increased ridership. Seems like there's a lot of support for the transit right now. And we just wanted to be, like I said, proactive, see, not let a grant opportunity go by without making the ask. So I did put it in there. I thought it was worthwhile. I understand if you guys want to prioritize a different project. I was just trying to cut our costs in the future for this program. On the DLD sidewalk project, Stoy Streepy and Amy Saxton and I have been meeting and talking about sort of a beautification of DLD project. And it does have to do with the Greenway. As you all know, the DLD area probably suffered the most with the construction of the I-70 corridor. And we have a lot of pedestrian vehicle accidents along these straightaways, and we still have the question unanswered of where's the actual Greenway alignment. One of the things we thought would be kind of nice and kind of a proactive approach to answering some of these questions we have for the DLD area was the construction and installation of a sidewalk structure from Lawson interchange to the Dumont interchange, as well as the West Dumont Road to the animal shelter a site. And this would be sidewalks, curb, gutter, drainage, and picture, if you will, something like the Georgetown Gateway when you pull into town and you have the smaller gas lights and the nice, curb and gutter, the nice sidewalk. It's even, accommodating to bicycles if you needed to bring bicycles and get them off of the busy frontage road system. We thought this would be really nice. Amy had some great ideas about some parking alternatives through the Lawson area where the cars are barely off the road right now just to park in their driveway. We also, we didn't solve any of the major problems like the Downeyville, interchange and the 4-way stop there. But we did think that the sidewalks, the drainage, and the lighting would be exceptionally helpful in answering the pedestrian vehicle collisions that have happened there in the past couple of years. So we started out with a build grant. We wanted to bring you all a build grant proposal of making this ask for this project. And we kind of got the opportunity of the Nagoose request and thought, okay, we kind of have a cost estimate of what it would take to build such infrastructure, sidewalks, drainage, curb gutter, lighting, striping, pedestrian amenities along the course. And Stoy did an awesome footprint kind of blueprint drawing of the entire space, which we have happy to share with you and show it to you. But we thought, you know, again, don't let the opportunity go to just plant the seed and make the ask. And if nothing else, you know, maybe in 2 years, Nagoose will remember it and go, you know what? Yeah, DLD. Let's make something happen for them. They've been so impacted by I-70. And, you know, I don't know. I know I'm glutton for punishment and I give up my weekends to write grants for us all the time, but I really feel like DLD deserves it. And, you know, if we can make it better and plant the seed, I think we should.
I think that the sidewalk idea is a good idea. I think doing that for DLD is a good idea. I think selling it as the greenway that is also for the bikes is not being honest, because it won't be used for that. And we know that. And so what we might be able to do proactively is look at this as a great project to do at this time, but then it doesn't necessarily have to be built to a greenway standard wide enough for bikes to be going at high speeds at both directions when it's crossing over all these driveways, and nobody but maybe a kid riding, you know, down to get an ice cream cone from their house along there somewhere would use it. It would never be used for that purpose. So it wouldn't fulfill the object of an inclusive greenway for those purposes. But I think the problem, what we identified in trying to look at the greenway, was that there are other needs there too, besides the concept of a bike trail and stuff like that. So the sidewalk crossing the driveways wouldn't, and through a truck stop, wouldn't be a viable greenway option for bikes, but it's worthy of its own accord. And I think part of the problem we ran into before was we looked at it 10 million over here and 10 million over there to build something, when one of those $10 million versions was really going to be a $10 million sidewalk. And you could build a really nice sidewalk that wouldn't have to be 10 feet wide with a stripe down the middle for bikes on both sides going 15 or 20 miles an hour or faster, and still build something that's wonderful for pedestrians and lit and all the stuff you're talking about. And it seems to me like trying to do that at a scalable size that really benefits that community's pedestrians. And then the greenway concept is still out there ultimately in the future. It seems like the wiser approach than to try to call it a greenway and design for a greenway when it wouldn't fulfill that function. That's just my immediate reaction to it. And it's not against the project or against its inclusion on one of these grant applications or anything. It's a way to resolve the differences in the functions of those kinds of things.
Yeah, I mean, this is not at all, I mean, the way we are thinking about it is not at all connected with the greenway. This
It's
is
a sidewalk for
yeah,
DLD. Yeah.
This is focused on the DLD community and addressing the safety and pedestrian and mobility issues for the DLD community. And then, and to me, I mean, the only way it's related to the greenway is that it makes the greenway conversation maybe a little easier when we do have that, because it helps separate the question of what the community needs to address its pedestrian and mobility issues from the conversation about how to move the greenway through the community. And because the community mobility issues are more addressed, and we've invested in the community and addressed some of the issues of quality and neighborhood aesthetics and,
Yeah.
you know, taking care of some of that stuff. So then when it's time to talk about the greenway, those things don't get blended from the community members' perspective, from our perspectives, you know, I don't know, that it's such a complicated conversation when we had that before, you know. I think it can sort of take one part of the conversation off the table and solve a problem that's really there.
So I agree with Randy that we shouldn't make any decisions that presume any decision
Yes.
related to the Greenway. So that means we shouldn't assume it's going to go north, and we shouldn't make any design decisions that would make it impossible to go on the north side. George brought up something that I don't think anybody addressed, which is it to our strategic advantage to have more versus fewer applications? And part of me thinks if there are more and we're competing, we're not really competing with ourselves, we're competing the entire pool. And if we put out more choices, I think we give ourselves a better opportunity to create something that the funders are looking for.
So more rolls of the dice, essentially. You're taking more.
It's just different at the diversity, right? Because they may have something specific they want to focus on. And if we give them more different types of opportunities, it covers more terrain.
From a probability standpoint, it's like if you want to win the lottery, you got to buy more lottery tickets. That's what.
Got to be in it to win it.
And I don't think that putting this application in precludes us from also or eventually submitting a build grant. We may still seek to do that.
Right.
So I know one of the things that, and I've had a number of conversations with.
Oh, I have to go. I'm sorry. I have a 2 o'clock meeting.
Okay, thanks, Amy.
Thanks.
I've had a number of conversations with a staffer with Jonah Goose trying to wrap my head around this. And one of the things that was really emphasized was shovel readiness. Like we're gonna give this money. It's gonna result in something getting done in this calendar year. And this was a question for Amy, so I'm not sure, maybe somebody else can answer it. It sounds like the DLD project isn't at that level yet. And to me, I think given that I've had those conversations and that I know that they're asking for projects that can be built in the year where the funding is given, I think it would be unwise for us to submit an incomplete application.
I agree with that. I think the DLD sidewalk is a great concept and a way to reshuffle those cards and come up with a better solution. I do think that actually prioritizing it, Amy makes a good point. I think safety and quality of life for the people of DLD I think it's provided by a Greenway too, but I think that initial step is a prioritization that should come earlier than the completion of a more expensive Grand Greenway anyway. And it's something we ought to try to get done sooner than later, I think. That said, nobody's talked about design, talked to the property owners or anything to my knowledge about how you would pull that off yet. There's a whole process to go through before you can even get to design for it. And that's not shovel ready. The other three items of these bullet points here, obviously one of them's more than shovel ready, it's underway. The electric buses are available to purchase and we're getting a tryout in one soon. And the sports shooting park, we've got well down the road as well. So all three of those, I think, fall into that shovel ready category.
Okay.
I have a question. I mean, I've been doing a bit of reading about just infrastructure improvements across the country. And one of the big risk areas is permitting and the environmental processes, local jurisdictions, et cetera. So casting that in light of Dumont, is there anything that we should be doing in order to, next time this opportunity comes up, we don't have the same non-answers that we have now?
As far, I'm hoping I'm interpreting your question right. You mean for the permitting for the sports shooting park in Dumont?
No, I mean, if we decided tomorrow that the community and everyone agreed it was time to do something about gutters and sidewalks in Dumont, there's a bunch of processes that have to take place involving issuing permits and right away and all the rest of that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And if it looks like the future has opportunities for shovel ready projects, is there a way for us to at least get that thing closer to being shovel ready if we think it's important?
Yes, definitely. One of the things that Amy and Stoy shared with me, and Randy, you might remember this, we do have some of the design, I think, already done for, is it West Dumont Road and Stanley Road? So right at the Dumont interchange where they were going to put the rafting access right there on the Dumont overpass. But you're exactly right. We don't have the design, I think, from the Dumont post office to the Lawson Bridge. I think we don't have that design. Is that right, Randy?
Well, there was a preliminary design. The whole thing was in a preliminary form that was presented to us before. I know that there was some work to do with the parking lot there at the junction by the bridge at,
Yeah.
right at Dumont. That was part of some stuff that was going to actually reach down more towards the Latter-day Saint, the LDS Church
Mhm.
area in that property. So I don't know if that would be functional for this purpose as much, because that doesn't really, I mean, a portion of that could serve the houses on the Dumont end of that stretch on the
Yeah.
south side of the highway. But I think everything there was preliminary above, and I think we're talking about a redesign anyway. If we're not trying to achieve that 10-foot, the $10 million Greenway version
Oh,
for
okay.
the sidewalk, then it's got to be completely reconceptualized anyway. It's a whole different set of criteria. So I think from both the design and public outreach and everything, it's a whole new project that's only in our heads right now.
So Sean, in answering your question, I think that is what we should be or could be doing right now, is working on getting that design done for the sidewalk, project, as well as, what you were saying about the right-of-way agreements with the property owners and things like that. Those are all things we could be doing. I mean, we could amend our ask to Nagoose to do those things instead of the actual construction of the sidewalks. Maybe it's all the preliminary work to getting there that we ask him for, or we can just wait till later, do everything through a build grant, something like that. But you're exactly right, Sean. There are definitely things we could be doing to make that shovel ready.
I suggest the latter. I think, it needs to get into the pipeline. And, we would ask for community engagement on something like this anyway.
You bet.
And the idea of articulating community support just adds to the need to, show them what we have in mind to help that area be more well connected and all of that. And I think there's no reason to anticipate we wouldn't have support. And so,
Right. I think so. I think you're absolutely right. And I think in the end, I think by developing a good, reasonable sidewalk through there that's reasonably priced, it actually is almost like an extension of the Greenway. You see those little spurs that come off of greenways all over and tie into pedestrian friendly areas where if the people have to go to the street, which they would in this case on a bike, or if they're on foot, then they can walk around and get. So even if we had a South Side Greenway that was the whole, the full thing, then we talked about it, it still has to have connections and safe connections into the commercial areas and that are on the north side. And that has to be accomplished either by road access for the bikes, or which it would be in this case if we didn't have a full-blown bike path around, or a sidewalk for pedestrians, because the Greenway functions for both pedestrians and bikers and whomever, strollers.
okay. So it sounds like we've got DLD covered. The sports shooting park, I think, we have a design, we have a budget, we're ready to build as soon as we have money. We've got grant applications in. That one seems reasonable to me, especially because I think we can go back into the history of the RSS process. And there was a lot of support for the concept expressed during that time. So I think we can sort of hit the marks on that application and move forward with that. Does anybody disagree?
No, I mean, I think there's obviously still open questions about whether the design we have is the one we're actually going to build, but I agree with everything else.
Okay. Yeah, and the addition of $800,000 might help that decision. So then the electric buses, from a community support perspective, I know we won't get letters and that kind of thing, but I would be happy to. Maybe I shouldn't presume we can't, but it is 3 days away. Nonetheless, I mean, we could throw it out there. At least it's something that if they gave us the money, we could spend the money, right?
Right.
So is anybody opposed to including that? Okay. And then of course we have, not on this list, was an ask for about $50,000 to help match a child care facility assessment or remodel. I think that one doesn't meet the criteria. I think they're really looking for things that are ready to build and work that's ready to be done.
thought through, yeah. And just so you know, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, back on the Empire Water System thing, I did contact the city earlier and over lunch, and was going to try to get with them and see where they were at. Haven't been able to. What I did do is I couldn't contact Wendy, but I contacted another person there, and they said they weren't sure if they could pull it off. And I said, well, I'm not sure the grant application is that daunting to put together if you have a lot of information. But we can send you an example of a filled out application ready to go, and you can see if you think you can match that level of quality with your information. And we'd probably find a way to give you a hand over the next 3 days if you needed it to meet the deadline. But I don't know anything more since that or what the response is. So maybe if we hold that out as a third critical health, honestly, health and safety need of one of our communities, it seems worthwhile. Do you have any thoughts on that? What's your...
My thought on that is that Empire also has the ability to submit. I learned that nonprofits and municipalities can submit.
They can submit their own.
And if we find out that they are going to submit, let's write a letter of support.
Right. Okay.
Does that sound reasonable?
Raises an interesting point. Are there any nonprofits in the county that we should encourage to get up to speed on this?
I don't know if I would want to poke somebody to say, hey, you have 3 days, but certainly as this process evolves, we might, want to make sure they're aware and putting things into their plans for next year. Keith, you might have had something to say about that.
I agree with what you said, George. We didn't have a lot of time to really react to the request. And I think, from a county perspective, we're doing the best we can to come up with some applications. And I think we've got some quality applications. I appreciate your feedback on the DLD. I agree with the position that you all are taking. I do have Alyssa also joining us. She's working on the application for the healthcare clinic, which obviously, as you said, either Randy or George, would qualify because it's under construction now, but we could certainly utilize that application and utilize whatever funding can come our way to reduce that funding gap that we've been trying to reduce. And again, Alyssa, she's working on it as we speak. I do believe she's been doing some research. Beth is going to provide her some information, and Alyssa will do a great job of putting an application together. Alyssa, I don't know if you had anything you wanted to share.
I don't think so. I talked to George briefly about it yesterday, and so I feel pretty comfortable. Are there any additional people that you think that I should reach out to for letters of support?
My thought on that, and it's my hope, I think that this one most clearly hits all those criteria. It's got a ton of community support. It's ready. The opportunity, this is the gap for us to fully fund this project, which was our goal. And so I would like to encourage us to focus on this as the application that we put the most effort into. And I wonder, in response to your question, Alyssa, should we ask Rob Pike to help with this?
Should we ask what, George?
Rob Pike to help with this.
I think that's a little odd for him because he probably, in his contract, he probably wouldn't be compensated for this.
I think
I don't think it would bother to bring it up to him. The only thing I would say about the healthcare clinic, I think we have at least somewhat of a line of sight to funding this thing no matter what happens. And that's probably not the case for some of these other projects we're talking about.
Right. The argument against is what I was thinking of before, which is we know that ultimately we have a way over time, and the question is how much time for operational revenues to pay the balance, to pay a gap. Although that's not our intent, is to use it for that purpose. We'd rather find full funding and have those funds fund health related needs through a foundational type structure going forward. On the other hand, there's the discussion that we started out with here a little while ago, which is, how do things appeal to them? What makes them want to fund? And the more applications we put on the table, we increase our odds of getting one. And maybe this is the one that lights their fire. And it's certainly way more than shovel ready. On the other hand, maybe they look at it like, oh, they've already got this one handled. Why are they calling us about a project that's 2/3 built?
It's also the biggest price tag of any of these, which means our biggest opportunity to benefit. And, in my conversations, and maybe I was leading the interview a little bit here, but in my conversations, I think that this project should be a slam dunk in the Goose's office. And Sean, I appreciate your concern about Robin's contract, and maybe we can just ask staff to reach out and have a conversation with him and see if there's something he can do to help, how it would affect his contract, et cetera, because he's got all those people that have expressed support for this that he might be able to pull letters for. And
yeah, I agree with George, and I'm happy to reach out to Rob. If nothing else, maybe we can get some support letters from some of his cohorts, or himself for that matter.
So is the consensus of the conversation then that yes, the health care clinic is a high priority for this particular process?
Yeah, I see the healthcare clinic and the shooting range opportunity as kind of on equal ground to me. Because I mean, in some ways, I think it's going to be a lot harder for us to find the shooting money.
On the subject of the healthcare clinic, we can also use this money to purchase the generator. I know that the initial funding opportunity that we had for the generator fell through. Based on what I've read from the grant, we can use this money for that as well.
And you're talking about that's the generators in the neighborhood of $15,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So that's a rounding error in a $7.1 million budget.
Yeah, I was thinking, I had seen 12 grand when it crossed my dashboard a couple of weeks ago when the order had fallen through and had to be regenerated. But
Yeah, I've been trying to talk to that company. They have not responded. So I've started pricing it through a couple other generator vendors. That one that we had the bid from, no call, no show after several emails and phone calls.
I had to confirm the components, but I found it, when Tim brought it up to me and asked me if I could look, it didn't take me long for it to pop up at Lowe's, and it had a July delivery date.
Awesome.
So, but I didn't about the time I got the information back that it was being handled. And, he said it was going to be ordered from the original vendor, and they just waited out. And
I did use your specs though, so thank you.
so the spec that I Googled and ran out really quickly, she popped it up at Lowe's, that particular model number. Now there were a number of pieces that went with it, so you'd have to call up and get the full order set up and make sure you're getting apples and oranges and all the pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's also, and I think this is what Alyssa would be speaking to, there's a cost of ordering it in, which totaled, I think, around $12,000 or a little more, but 12 something. But then there's also the contractor, and there's an installation that goes, too. So there's more changeover cost involved, which is probably where the 15 comes from.
So I think we've got the direction we need. Again, Alyssa, thank you for jumping on this one, and we will have those applications ready to go by Friday, and we'll knock on wood and see what happens.
So I have a question for you. It's sort of a favor thing, Alyssa. I just saw you took your picture away. Where'd you go? You were right there a second ago. I was gonna go ahead and make that contact, and I agree with George. I was wondering why. It would be Empire making the application in this case, I think. Although, I think the fact that they've reached out to the county the way they have, I think it means that it helps if we can try to maybe smooth that path. Not that we should write that for them, but I was talking to them about bandwidth and just their understanding of what's required to pull it off. Would it be okay if Town of Empire were to contact you just for a little guidance on that?
I'm not sure I know what you're referring to with the town of Empire and the health clinic.
No, 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 no. Are you going to be working on just the health clinic portion of the application? Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. All right, never mind. I withdraw the request. If you were going to be doing any further work on any of the other stuff, I was going to say if you're running lead on this, on the applications at large, otherwise maybe that's Beth. I'm not sure who the right person is, but I'll talk to you about it offline.
Okay, sounds good. Happy to help in any way.
Really quick, just wanted to drop this out there. We can revisit it later in the future. I appreciated the branding we did around the Prospector bus, and I've heard a few people in the community asking why we're not doing something similar with our new Crown Jewel medical facility in Idaho Springs. I think the Collaborative Care Clinic is a wonky name that most people aren't going to resonate with. And so at some point, I'd love to bring up the idea of creating a new branding and a cooler name for it.
Yeah, I think Rob Pike would agree with you on that. Sean, I've talked to Rob about it as well.
Yeah, we did too. And I think it was within the context of that there's a lot of funding that's already come to it that's built around the concept of collaborative care. And so it's about selling the collaborative care model also, not disagreeing that it in itself, the name right now is a very vanilla name, but somehow capturing the idea that I know that Colorado Health Foundation put money into this because they believed in it and they're trying to advance the concept as well. So they might have something to say about that, but I think it's worthy of discussion to, find a name that's that accomplishes those goals if need be, and is still a little cuter than what we got right now.
Yeah, I'm not at all suggesting we change the focus of it or how we operate it, but just
No.
there's some concept of like holistic medicine or, integrated that some smart person might be able to come up with something that's really snappy,
Right.
that is intuitive to anybody who hears it.
Right.
I'm all for it. And I think it's reasonable to ask that our major donors that contributed to something called the Collaborative Care Center just be brought into the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you all for that. I think we are done. I think we are ready for executive session. Does anyone disagree? Okay. I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS, hold on, I just had it. Pursuant to CRS 24-64024B for the Board of County Commissioners to have a conference with the county attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to CRS section 29-2-103 and 39-1-111. Another executive session pursuant to CRS 24-64024A for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest in properties located at or near 3204 Stanley Road, as well as property at or near 240 Colorado Highway 103, and property at or near the Waldorf Mill site. And lastly, pursuant to CRS 24-64024F, for the county to meet with the Board of County Commissioners, for the county attorney rather to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of discussing personnel matters relating to county manager services, but not regarding commissioners or elected officials, or to discussions of personnel policies generally.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
See you on the other side.
All right. The board will move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. And we're back on the public agenda at 3:30 for an update from the EDC.
I just heard from Lindsay that she can start at 3 if y'all want to, George, if you want to share that with them in exec.
Okay, I'll text you if it changes. I'm thinking it might take us until 3:30.
Okay, no worries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Lindsay, they are still in executive session, but they should be here soon, okay?
I'll be right back.
Hey, Beth. I'm going to email you. Did you get the updated resolution?
Okay, and we're back. The board has concluded its executive session. No written minutes were kept and no decisions were made. And the last thing on our agenda today, welcome Lindsay, is this quarterly biannual update with the CCEDC. We have Lindsay Valdez and John Kane here with us. What do you have for us?
All right, thank you, everyone. Try to scoot that back a little bit. Okay, so just some updates on our end. Love the collaboration we've had with the county, and we'll talk some about that with our loan program. But just wanted to highlight, and I was trying to remember what I reported on last time, if we had already kind of reworked our strategic framework. So the board went through some exercises, and our strategic framework has been narrowed down to focusing on our loan program, business retention, expansion and creation, and then our outreach programs. So I'm just going to quickly run through the things that we've been working on there. Regarding the loan program, we did develop in response to COVID-19 a emergency working capital program that was low interest and did not require any kind of collateral. So we did approximately $300,000. It may have been even closer to $330,000 in emergency working capital loans. And the county came in and through their CARES, Clear Creek Cares About Business program, forgave about $230,000 of that. So that was instrumental. We thank you, commissioners, for creating that program and doing that. It's going to help us do a round two of that program as well. For future loans that we have inquiries or applications on currently, we have requests of about $1.5 million currently. So I do have a call into the state that hopefully we'll be able to increase our contract amount. So I will stay in touch with you on that. Hopefully some of those loans start to materialize in the next couple of months, and we'll know more of where we're at there. But we'll definitely need a contract increase if we are to fulfill each of those requests.
Lindsay, are those COVID emergency relief loans, or are those the more traditional version?
No, these are our more traditional versions. So we have some new businesses, we have some expansion, some real estate acquisition for expansions, things like that. So not COVID related. I just wanted to let you know, we have a new loan software program that we've transitioned into. It's called Down Home Solutions. So if you want to take a look at that, it's based out of Seattle, Washington. It came as a recommendation to us by a number of the other loan programs that we work with. And so far, we're thrilled with it. It is a great program, and it's streamlining everything so we can increase our loan capacity and just how we organize ourselves. We should be able to take on more pots of money from different like USDA, SBA. We're looking at a lot of different options of how we can increase our capacity through that new software.
Thank you. One more question on those loans. How does that compare to our historical requests? Like, is this out of ordinary? Is this sort of back to business as normal?
I would say it's back to business as normal, but somewhat out of the ordinary. I mean, we're seeing a lot of business expansion and new business creation. So, that's exciting to see, and exciting to see that we have people out there that have the confidence in our future to start these projects. So, in the past, we've always utilized all the funding available to us through the CDBG grant and used up the entire contract amount. This is a bit unique in that we're ready to say, hey, we need more immediately if it's available to us. So we're hoping that that works out. Let's see. So for business retention, expansion, and creation, we have been working with Idaho Springs on a facilitation, working with a stakeholder group on a business improvement district and downtown development authority. It's been a long process, and we're hoping, again, with our stakeholder group, that this may be something that Idaho Springs will see in the election for just those within the boundary lines. And I'll let John correct me if I start saying things that are incorrect. But that would come up in November election. And again, this is for a parking deck and mobility center and a partnership with CDOT, property owners, and the city of Idaho Springs. So we're excited about that, and I'll let John talk more about that as well. Also part of BRNE was the business accreditation program that we did in collaboration with the county. Unfortunately, I did want to report back that we have not had any responses to that program. We do have a link on our website. We built out a web page, and there's some curriculum that businesses can participate in and request window decals in response to 5 kind of COVID related categories, showing that they have gone above and beyond and we were calling it COVID accreditation. So my recommendation would be that we probably don't move forward with much more with that program. We can keep it going. We did do quite a bit of outreach. We put it out on social media. We had a light box on our website. We talked about it during recovery meetings with business owners. And again, kind of the response we heard was, they said, well, for a window decal, we just don't have a lot of time on our hands, but if there was capital attached to it or something like that, then maybe we would look at it. So I know we're, hopefully seeing a light at the end of the tunnel, but if down the road there is any talk about some sort of 5-star or something like that, I think this program would be a great complement to it. Just keeping that in mind moving forward. But for now, again, the program still exists. We still have the decals, and we can continue to promote it. But we do feel like we did our due diligence with trying to get the word out, and just have not had a great response there. Let's see, just last week, we started a program called Dream Builder. And this is a program that's geared towards women that are interested in becoming entrepreneurs, that may have a great idea they've had for years and just aren't sure exactly how to get it off the ground. So Dream Builder originated with Freeport McMoran. So this is a program that Henderson provided funding for us to put on. And we contracted a fantastic facilitator, Jackie Johnson, with Wildling Dreams Consulting. And so she's facilitating the Dream Builder sessions. Currently, we have 7 women in Clear Creek County that are part of the program, and that's going to be a weekly check-in. We have a organization Facebook group that we started called the High Altitude Women's Business Society. So if you have anyone you think that might be interested, let me know, and we will make sure we include them. But again, it's a Facebook group that anyone out there, any women, doesn't have to be Clear Creek County, can request to be a part of that. And again, Dream Builder is geared towards women who want to start a business. And by the end of the program, you will know how to do cash flow statements. You'll have a business plan in place. You'll be ready to go to the bank with your proposal saying, hey, can we get this started? What John and I are hoping to do is utilize some of our funding to be able to bring some of these projects to reality. Once they go through the program, maybe we can fund them and give them a loan. Let's see, then our third area for our strategic framework is outreach and engagement. So we've done a few things here. We've provided technical assistance to a few businesses. We've helped with applications with SBA, PPP. I even sat down and helped a business owner learn how to use Zoom. So anywhere we can be useful and help with some of the tedious technology that we all deal with, we're here to help. So again, something that you can pass along, send them to us if they need any assistance with any of the SBA programs we can provide information on. as well as other resources that are out there. We also got together a presentation on the employee retention credit. This is huge for a lot of businesses right now. So we brought in an accounting firm that did a presentation on just kind of how to utilize that program. It can be a little confusing. Any business owners out there listening right now, please talk to your accountant about taking advantage of that employee retention credit. It's definitely something you want to take a look at. And then lastly is our Q4, quarter 4 2020 business economic impact survey. And I'm not sure how much time was allocated to us, but I'd be happy to kind of do a quick overview of the survey results. We will have a formal kind of pretty package to present that I will email out to everyone. But for now, if you're interested, I can go through some of those results. Beth, how much more time do we have allotted to us?
Um,
Go ahead, because I know you guys had schedules, so please share.
Yeah, I know. Well, what's our pleasure? Sean, Randy, I know there's a 4 o'clock, Sean, that you were talking about getting to. Or would you rather see this?
4:30, although we could all go to the 4 o'clock, but I can stay longer if there's a purpose served. So
Yeah, I'm fine to hear what's shared.
All right, it sounds like we're going to do the sneak peek.
Okay, I will go through quickly. Let me just share my screen here, make sure I'm on the right screen. Okay. All right, is everyone able to see that okay?
Yep.
Okay, so we put the survey out about a month ago, and we had about 6% of businesses respond to it. We hope that we do plan on doing this quarterly, so we hope that in the future we'll have many more than 30 responses. But as you can see, this first round is quarter 4 of 2020. And we structured this survey around Summit County's, it was the Summit County Chamber that did a business economic impact survey. And we worked with George and Alyssa to make sure we weren't creating redundancy or overlapping with the survey the county's doing. And again, just note that we do plan on doing this quarterly to get an idea of kind of where revenues are at. So as you can see, the majority of responses are from Idaho Springs. And as far as business categories, this other category, quite a few of these could have fallen into these. I think there was some confusion on our categories. So I'm going to clean that up for our next survey so we don't get as many in the other. But as you can see, the majority are in hospitality, restaurant, food service, retail. So what we did is we basically just had them present percentage down or up for October, November, and December. And so you can see for October, October and November are fairly similar. There was a few more in October that were up. I love seeing that up more than 80%. That's great. And I want to know what exactly their industry is. And we did keep this anonymous, so we don't have as many details as we would like. But as you can see, kind of falls about the same. December is where we really start seeing people get hit. And so you see more businesses stating that they were down 81 to 100%. That may, I did notice in the notes that there was a business that closed. But overall, the average of what we've seen just in talking to businesses and looking at sales tax trends and whatnot is down about 25% in sales overall. Let's see, how confident are you that your business will survive? I'm happy to see that the majority are extremely confident, very confident, or somewhat confident. A couple there that aren't so sure. We did ask quite a few questions about workforce and employees and kind of where that stands currently. So how many employees are subcontractors? There's quite a range here, but the majority is smaller businesses with 1 to 4 employees, and then next 5 to 9 employees. Next question was what estimated percentage of your staff have left the area? So again, it looks like anywhere from, nobody up to 20% is kind of where it seems to fall. Just talking with other business owners, it seems like people are in town. A few have left town, going to Denver, and we'll get into that more, have stated because of housing concerns. I talked to a couple employees that could not find housing and decided to move down to Denver. What estimated percentage of your staff travel from outside Clear Creek County? Again, we were a little surprised. Not as many as we had expected. And how would you describe your current staffing levels? So about, let's see, a little over 25% said they were fully staffed. Same with being understaffed by up to 25%, and then understaffed by 26 to 50%. And then the lighter blue here, understaffed by more than 50%. If you are understaffed, is it due to a lack of applicants, a lack of skills needed? Let's see, let me see, it cut off my full question there. I think it was applicants or former staff are on unemployment, I think is that one, and then fear of exposure to COVID-19. So as you can see, definitely a lack of applicants currently. There's a skills, kind of a deficit in certain skills that the CCDC is fully aware of, and we would love to develop some programming moving forward around that. And are looking at some different management training programs and things that we might be able to organize that employers could participate in. And this is one, applicants or former staff are currently on unemployment, and then again, a fear of exposure to COVID-19. This next one is what COVID-related worries, if any, have your staff expressed? As you can see, top one, and again, this survey has been out for over a month, and the majority of our responses were received in the first 2 weeks. So I'm not sure how valid the vaccine availability concern is currently, since we know that vaccines are being distributed almost daily here in our county. Safety, vaccine safety, job security, and let's see, mental health and housing are kind of the main. Food, not so much. We were happy to see that. Again, we know that childcare is an issue, but housing, vaccine availability, and vaccine safety. I'm not going to go through all of these, but I did make notes on kind of what the main points were. That what is your most critical need to survive and recover right now? So predominantly capital needs, assistance with marketing would be helpful. Employees, workforce, that's the biggest thing we hear, and I'm going to have John talk to that as well. Let's see, and affordable housing. So housing, employees, marketing, and capital needs are the biggest things that come out of this. And then of course we asked let me scoot this over so I can see the full thing. Asking if the people participating are aware of the following programs. And we did include links to each and every one of these programs. So that way, if they were not aware of it, they could participate. So great responses here. I mean, people are educated and know what all is going on as far as capital needs.
Lindsay, that Clear Creek County, oh, I'm sorry, I'm getting in front of you.
Sure. No, so we have, I'll just go through the list: the Paycheck Protection Program, the SBA EIDL Advance, the SBA EIDL Loan, SBA Debt Relief Program, the SBA Sheltered Venues, grant program, employee retention credit, the CCDC emergency working capital loan. Let's see, the Clear Creek County Cares About Business is the one on the bottom, and then the Clear Creek COVID-19. Sorry, hold on. I didn't realize it was going to cut it off on me here. Oh, here we go. Clear Creek County Emergency Housing Assistance is the one on the very, very bottom with the Grand Foundation. The light brown there is Clear Creek COVID-19 Business Accreditation Program. I'm sorry. And I did not include the Cares About Business grant program because it had already been closed when we put this out here. So,
Okay, so I'm sorry, the one on the top that's sort of goldish, that is the housing program?
so that goldish one is the Business Accreditation Program.
Okay.
And again, that kind of speaks to what we're saying is people do know about it. They're just not participating in the program, unfortunately. And then the bottom one is the Clear Creek County Emergency Housing Assistance through the Grand Foundation.
Okay, thank you.
And so those are all the questions. Again, we wanted to keep it very short and simple. I would love to get feedback from the commissioners on this as far as how we might streamline it or make it more helpful for you for information that you would like to see, because we do plan on doing this with a report every quarter and just to start seeing how revenues are changing as we move forward. And I did want John to speak as well. Sorry, I tend to talk too much and I don't want to ramble on here, but John's been really involved with a lot of meetings and the recovery task force, not only for the county, but for Idaho Springs as well. And just talking about some of the kind of feedback we've received from the business community.
I have a really quick comment, and that is
Commissioners, I think-
stating the obvious. It seems like the respondents, over 60% are from Idaho Springs. I don't know what that means, if there's a way to get a better representation next time we do it.
Commissioner Wood, that survey was published through all of the social media channels that are typically used in Clear Creek County, as well as on the CCEDC website, and it was discussed in several meetings of business groups. One of the reasons that may be reflected like that is the Economic Recovery Task Force that happens on Mondays at 2 o'clock in Idaho Springs. It's become a regional group. There is representation from Georgetown and other places within the county. But this is something that I think that we can improve upon in the future. Just finding some clearinghouses that are standardized, that people know that they can get this information from. I think right now there is kind of a piecemeal approach throughout the county. And so a regional approach to that might be a really good tack for us to take. That group has actually been really successful. As I said, there is some Georgetown representation and other businesses come and go, rafting businesses come. And one of the greatest things about it is Dr. Ryan provides that business group with an update weekly, which I think has really helped to stabilize the yo-yo effect of the COVID dial as it's changed over time. I think people have really appreciated that. And so that's something that has really been helpful to us here in our work at the Economic Development Corporation. One of the things that we are hearing really loudly right now is that employment is an issue. People don't have a place to live, especially rafting folks are, the pressure on them for where they might camp is always high, but we just don't have a lot of opportunities for places where people can live. And so we're hearing that some businesses, even when we go back to all open, may only open to 70%, 60%, 50%, just because of the employment situation and the lack of workforce housing within our community. So that's something that we've really been thinking about a lot. That's something that takes a multi-jurisdictional approach, I think, and we need to think about that in a regional way to address that issue. So that's something that's as old as Clear Creek County probably. So, but other than that, I think Idaho Springs is talking about doing our marketplace this summer. I know Georgetown has plans to do something similar this summer, maybe not quite exactly like last summer, but similar. So that's kind of where we've been with the task force. And if there's any questions that you guys have, we'd be happy to answer them.
I think one thing, about getting the larger sample sizes and stuff like that, we talked about the same thing this morning in terms of getting the thoughts out on COVID. We're all although lots of people spend time on social media at some time, there's a thing in journalism, which is kind of like social media too, that says, you know, if you want somebody to read it, it needs to be in the first few sentences and the first few words. I mean, simply being someplace on a website doesn't mean you actually absorbed everything that was there. And then simply being on social media does, and then you got to be there to begin with. So when we use only these public methods of contact when we're in the middle of it, especially in a small place like this, like we have an anecdotally sized population. So, and so when you start applying the percentages of people that you can reach, you know, the reality is probably, I don't know what percentage of people actually see the current, hear the radio station, or on Facebook to the extent that they're actually on our Facebook page or on our website. But each one of those, and for Sean and George, pardon me for yet, because you got to listen to this description again, the analogy, but each one of those represents a bubble within our community. And then those bubbles tend to overlap because people that get engaged and connected, and those that don't are busy with their own lives and don't. And so we may not be hitting all of them. And so sometimes to use social media and all those kinds of methods to say, well, this is how we reached out to people, 75% of them are out there and never got touched. And I think that's probably not true in the business community. You probably hit a few more, but I don't know that for sure. The advantage, though, of a small community where when you apply those kind of marketing percentages to that small number, you know, you get a really small number in a small sample. You didn't reach that many people raw. The advantage in the small community is that there's so few of them that you can pretty well just walk next door and knock on the door and talk to them. I mean, you know who they are. And we have these methods of being able to reach businesses or people. So maybe it would be helpful to have a more direct contact method of getting to them to get those responses. I was in looking at the bar charts, I started realizing that every 3 1/3% was one response. So I could say, well, you got 19 of those and 5 of those, and I know who those 2 are down there. You know, it's, you know, it was pretty obvious because we're such an anecdotally, you know, we're so anecdotal numerically. But that was just my one thought, is that maybe it takes an old school, it may take an old school method of contacting the people that's doable because it's so small, just in a mailing list or something.
Yeah, no, I definitely think you're right. I mean, people are bombarded with emails every day. We did, you know, we reached out, as John mentioned, to our normal, you know, we sent it out through the town emails, the city emails. We worked with Chris Kraus, and but again, you know, people see so many emails in a day, and at a certain point, they all start looking the same. So I think you're right. Just hitting the street and really getting out and promoting it. We definitely do promote on Zoom, any Zoom meetings we're on, and we'll put the survey link in the chat for people to participate. So, you know, again, any other ideas you have, please let us know, because we want to make this as meaningful as possible when we bring the data to the table. So again, this was our first shot in getting people familiar with kind of what we're going to be doing here and what we're trying to accomplish with it. And so hopefully either people get really tired of seeing our surveys, or they'll say, oh, that's that survey, and they'll respond to it as we move forward. So we'll definitely come back with more reports for you.
Just some other observations I'll just make for the group. The fact that only 30% of our respondents knew about our housing assistance program is a call for some, so those same strategies, Randy, with respect to that program. The labor situation, it's interesting to see, I'm grateful to see that more people are concerned about vaccine availability than vaccine safety. That's where we want it to be until we get all the people vaccinated. But I think there's a call for some outreach to some businesses to talk about vaccine safety.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that vaccine safety number was so high relative to vaccine availability. That's a larger picture. It goes a lot bigger than the Economic Development Corporation, but there's a larger picture of communication to be done there.
Yeah, and I'm also pleasantly surprised about what appears to be some optimism. I know we spent a lot of time talking to businesses in November and December when we were under red, and not a lot of them knew they would make it through that month. And so seeing that their confidence is up and that we have, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, a historic amount of applications for business expansion loans or new business startup loans.
As far as the amount and also I would say the number of applications coming in at a certain point in time or time period, yeah, definitely. I mean, we're seeing a lot of people just, yeah, they're wanting to expand, they're wanting to look towards the future and what's the next step for their business. And then we've also seen those that have been in business for a long time and have closed, but not necessarily because of COVID. I think COVID may have been the tipping point where they just said, you know, I think I'm ready to retire. And that was just kind of their choice to then retire, because we have seen a couple that have decided to close in the last couple of months. But again, they haven't come out and blamed COVID entirely. I think they had just been doing it for 20 years and we're ready to be done. So yeah, we're hoping that we continue to see this optimism for businesses out there. And then speaking of you know, businesses that have been around for decades and are ready to be done, we definitely want to work with our businesses on succession planning and how they can continue on for decades more by either selling their business or having a plan in place for someone else to come in and take over. So that's also kind of on our list of things that we help businesses with as well.
We also have been doing spot checks through the Economic Recovery Task Force. And it seems qualitatively that we haven't seen a mud season like we typically would see in Clear Creek County. Most businesses have been telling us that even over 2019 numbers, that their sales numbers are up at the moment. And that's been a fairly consistent story for the last few weeks, which is a really positive thing and suggests that a recovery is taking place and that people are coming to Clear Creek County. That does bring conversations about public safety and all those kinds of things to the table too. But we do know that the market that typically comes to Clear Creek County is there and is really excited about being here.
And we're only about a week or two into the real mud season anyway, so it's a little hard to tell right now. And I wasn't really surprised at the stark difference in how much things fell off in December versus October, November, looking at that one chart, because I was looking at that, I pulled up the case count epidemiological chart to see what was going on, and it was remembered that right there was, first of all, in December you're expecting an upswing in business because you got the fall, you know, off season, October, November, where it slows down. So those didn't show that they were that far off. And it was actually around November that we all of a sudden had to lock down because of that incredible surge we were going through. And of course that led into a December where when you would see business coming up normally when it couldn't come up because everything was locked down so much.
Yeah, and speaking of that, you know, we know there are a lot of changes happening in the state, and we jumped on this morning and listened to the conversations. And, you know, being an economic development organization, we obviously, you know, we want to be able to help promote finding that balance and what makes the most sense for everybody, so people stay safe and we still have business hopefully increasing and or at least breaking even at the very least. So, you know, just again, I always kind of put that pitch is let's always try to find where that balance sits, as far as encouraging safe traveling up here. A lot of those side notes that that you saw as well, and I will send a link so you can see this, and I'll have a full report summarizing, but just saying, you know, we still need tourism. We need the people to be coming up here. We need them to be able to come in. And so, you know, I know it's such a catch-22 for everybody. And, but I feel like I would not be doing my job if I didn't say, let's try to do what we can to make it safe, and still bring people up. We know that things are opening up quite a bit down in Denver. And, you know, if we are able to follow suit, if it's determined that it's safe, I think that would be amazing. So we'll just continue to promote safety on our end. And we really do appreciate Dr. Ryan jumping on the calls and being available to us to ask questions. So that's been great having him there. And anything we can do on our end, again, communication wise, we're here to help. But we'd love to see everyone's doors wide open with seating back to the way it used to be.
Yeah, and just real quick, you mentioned the metro area, and I just checked the stats, and it looks like most of the metro area is currently in yellow. We're in blue. And I think our strategy has been pretty darn successful about, taking the virus serious and getting it under control so we can get and stay open as much as possible.
Definitely.
I mean, we're one of maybe 8 counties in blue right now. There's a bunch in green that are very small.
Sure. Yeah. I guess that's all we've got. We can go on and on and on, but we want to get you to your 4 o'clock and not take up any more time. But I would like to, we're happy to pop in more frequently and provide updates for everyone. Anytime you want us to jump on, we're happy to be there.
I have one request for the future. And first of all, I guess I would compliment you and your team for taking the Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation into new territory. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that it was essentially a lender of last resort, and which is something our community desperately needs. But I'd be curious to hear, from you, Lindsay, and/or your board, what your thoughts are about the next few years, and truly embracing the role of economic development.
Sure. We had to do a lot of work over quite a few board meetings to really kind of figure out the direction we wanted to take. And I've been very optimistic with what we've been doing lately. I think a lot of times, especially with nonprofits, I've seen this where there's so much out there to be done, and you want to be able to do everything and help everyone and save everything. And I think our organization got kind of stuck in that rut where you can't accomplish anything if you try to accomplish everything. And so that was where we sat back and said, all right, let's narrow down our strategic framework. Instead of doing say a 5-year framework, we're sticking to 12 months, even 6 months. We're doing 90-day check-ins now where we're reviewing our framework to say, okay, what have we accomplished, and we can get off there and put something new in. So a lot of it's kind of housekeeping lately. One of those items was our transition to Down Home Solutions, our new loan software. It was a huge undertaking, and I'm thrilled to be done with it because I'm not a busy work kind of person, and that was a lot of busy work. So we get to knock that one out, and we're going to replace it with another initiative coming up. Our board meeting is next week, and we'll do that 90-day review. So yeah, I'm excited. I think we can grow the program, open up our capacity now that we have this new technology available to us. So we're saving staff time, but still able to grow when it comes to the loans. And then again, develop new programming, but that's very strategic to what we're trying to accomplish. So if we say, okay, it's housing, it's going to be housing, and we're going to focus in on that. If it's, doing our business retention, expansion, and programming, we're doing that. Workforce development, again. So we've realized, I think, kind of the size of our organization. We're not a massive organization, so we're taking on little bits. And we love partnering with the county, and we want to partner with the county on where we can continue to move forward. If there's something we can do for you, and look at that in our strategic framework, we would love to have those discussions further down the road.
Perfect, thanks.
Okay. I don't think I see anyone else with anything else, so maybe this is a good time to say thank you and have a great day.
All right. Thanks for having us. We'll see you soon.
Sure. Bye, George.
You are eager. Actually, we are at the end of our public agenda, so we are adjourned.